Good evening, everyone. Before we begin, if I could just ask those who are seated, if you do have any space, if you are able to just squeeze in. We do have people that are trying to get in. And for those that are at the door, if you could just make sure we have access in and out. Okay. Okay, so I am now calling the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. I now call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rob Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Mariko Sayak.
Here, thank you. And so it is my pleasure today to ask my friend Pravin Balasingham to come forward. And so Pravin was here actually 2 weeks ago at our last council meeting. His sister honored us with her Pledge of Allegiance, and we've asked Pravin to also join us. He is a fourth grader at Blossom Hill Elementary, and he loves science and math, and his favorite pastime is doing science experiments. He loves cooking, he loves playing piano, and he loves soccer. And one of the best things that I think about Pravin is that he turns that passion about soccer into his community service as well. He plays soccer with special needs kids as a peer buddy on Sundays. And this is something that he enjoys. He's a midfielder, which I happen to think is one of the best positions. And he's also loves to read, travel, and to find new adventures. And so if all of you can just help me welcome Pravin to tonight's meeting.
Good evening to all. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you again, Pravin. Thank you, Sasha, and thank you for the Balasingham family for sharing them with us. So another celebratory event that we will do today, you met one of our students, and today we also get to honor one of our local businesses. We have a series every month where we honor one of our small businesses with a big applause. And it's just to highlight one of our local family-owned businesses. And this month we are very happy to honor Chocolate Dream Box. Thank you. And so let me just share with you a little bit what it says there, and then we'll have an opportunity to speak as well. So Chocolate Dream Box opened its doors in 1995 in downtown Los Gatos by owner and chocolatier Holly Westbrook, before moving to Kings Court and then to its current location at Downing Center. They handcraft small batch artisan chocolate on site, and they love creating their products for the people of this community who appreciates fine chocolate and supporting local businesses. They support many of our local efforts for nonprofits, including school fundraisers, the Lions Club Date Night, wonderful Witchy Women event, and I'm hoping that many of you who have not discovered them will go visit them and realize how special and unique they truly are. So congratulations, and thank you for staying with our business community, and we enjoy having you with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
I don't actually really know what to say except thank you very much for the recognition.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Schultz, closed session report for tonight.
Yes, good evening. Prior to the regular session, councilmen in closed session to discuss real property negotiations. No action was taken by the council that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Now, in addition to serving the community here during our public hearings, our council members also represent the town in external regional meetings. And council members, are there any items to report? Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Since our last regularly scheduled meeting, I attended 3 other meetings on behalf of our residents. One was the West Valley Collection and Recycling meeting on September 13th. I also attended our West Valley Sanitation District Board meeting, and one called the Treatment Plant Advisory Committee meeting. Nothing of significance to report on any of these meetings, just mostly reports and closed session items.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Johnson?
Since our last meeting, I, along with the mayor, attended the Council Policy Committee meeting, and where we discussed primarily use of town facilities and attendance at boards and commissions, and also attended a meeting of the General Plan Committee where we discussed and recommended to the Planning Commission a zone change on a single lot on University Avenue.
Okay. Thank you. In addition to the policy committee that I also attended, I did meet with Senator Bell's office to discuss the cut-through traffic that many of us discussed 2 weeks ago at our meeting, just to engage his office to see what state agencies and or efforts can help us as we try and facilitate our traffic. And in addition to that, the Council General of Ireland did come to town to do an introductory meeting to help promote our Irish Festival on October 5 through 7. And council members, if I could just indulge you to move something, if you could indulge me, I would like to move item 13 up before anything else. That is 105 Newell Avenue, just to continue that to November 7th, given the full weight of our agenda tonight. So can I get a motion to move that? Excuse me? Actually, if I can go ahead and get a motion for that, let's move that out, and then we can continue on so that those that are here for item 7 can continue on with their evening. Councilmember Johnson?
Okay, move to continue item 13, 105 Newell Avenue, Plan Development Application PD 14002, and mitigated negative deck to November 7th.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so those in the audience who are here for 105 Newell Avenue, which is item number 13, we are going to continue that meeting, given there's a high likelihood we won't get to it tonight. Okay, Vice Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been training some new employees in my store, and I've been forced to miss some of the meetings that I would normally have attended, and one of them you attended for me, so thank you. That was the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority was meeting with El Camino Hospital to convince them not to opt out of the 100% clean energy, so thank you for that meeting that I was unable to attend. I did attend on September 8th my lunch meeting with the CEO of the Silicon Valley Clean Energy, or interim CEO of the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority, where I'm the board chair, and reviewed for the board meeting coming up and other items. On 9/13, I chaired the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority board meeting. On 9/14, I attended the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition fundraising dinner as I was sponsored by the VTA, where I am a board member there. On 9/15, again with the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority, we had a phone call of our CEO selection committee to review the candidates that have applied and discuss which ones should be passed into the first round of interviews. And then this weekend on Sunday, I attended the Tomato Harvest Festival that we had and was a judge for the wine and tomato pairing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our last meeting, I have had meetings with the real estate, business, and volunteer communities in Los Gatos, and also had the opportunity to have a pre-opening visit to Mount Umunham.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you, council members. At this time, we are moving to our consent items. I have 8 items on consent. These are items that will be taken, and one action will be taken on all unless something is pulled. At this time, no one has pulled anything, and I'm looking at the audience in case anyone would like to pull any agenda item 1 through 8. Seeing none, I look to council for motion for approval. Councilmember Jensen.
Move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 8.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So we are now at verbal communications, and this is an opportunity for anyone in the public who would like to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. This is 3 minutes for your information that you would like to share with us, and there's also other opportunities to speak with either council members or staff if what you would like to share with us does require an answer and or a longer conversation. The first speaker for tonight, Angelia Dorner.
Hello, Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. As mentioned earlier at the last meeting, we discussed cut-through traffic, and apparently we're going to have another meeting following up very soon, and I'd really love to know when that is going to be, and I'm giving you some ideas that might be helpful at that time. As far as the report that we got at the last meeting, the police and fire groups put together some really great information, but the real data mining and data analysis was rather absent. I believe that we need to do this as soon as possible, do it now, and be on much more of a comprehensive basis than just focusing on the few streets that are downtown. You've seen some of my slides before, so you're saving me time on preparation of my preparation of my stuff. But we have too many projects going on right now that are being looked at in isolation. We really do need to look at them in a cumulative approach. Obviously, we have the disappointing decision on North 40. We have Alberta Way tonight. We have a potential, likely Alberta Way down the road. We have another appeal right here on 17th.
Ms. Dorner, can you use your microphone?
Oh, okay. Sorry. We have another one on Shelbourne and Winchester appeal coming up next month. And then we've got pending, already planned projects that are in line to be looked at for McCarthy on Highway 9 in Santa Cruz, as well as commercial on LGB in Shannon. So there's a lot of stuff going on that I think really needs to be considered. Oops, sorry. Our general plan says that development shall not exceed transportation capacity. The Highway Capacity Manual defines level of service as qualitative measures that characterize operational conditions and their perception by motorists and passengers. The terms used are speed and travel. We typically have those, and we discussed those in the past on LOS, but I believe we have not really considered adequately the other factors: freedom to maneuver, comfort, convenience, traffic interruptions, and safety. What's important is that the duration of congestion, residents can only do four options. The 4 options are to shift modes, ride a bicycle, but not everyone can ride a bicycle, choose not to travel, take alternative routes, travel at less congested times. The first 3 options will not directly affect the duration of congestion, but if travelers choose to shift the travel, all that does is increase over a longer period. It's called peak spreading, which I don't think we've ever really looked at as far as some of our alternatives. I'm asking once again that someone on the council get involved, hopefully maybe the parking. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dorner. Would you like to submit that or take that with you?
You have it a number of times
Okay,
already.
thank you. Okay, Marianne Welch. And then afterwards will be Kim Hughes. And I'm going to, Ms. Welch, before you begin, I'm just going to take this as a reminder for those who do plan on speaking today. When you do speak, you'll have 3 minutes. You'll have 30-minute warning, which is your yellow light, and then you'll have red at the end. We do have a full house today, and there are several items that need to be discussed. I do want to just mention only once that if those in the audience can be as respectful as possible to those that are speaking so that we can all hear comments that are shared and have as productive and effective meeting as possible. I know that there are some fairly emotional, tense items that will be discussed today. We want to make sure that we make decisions based on the best information, and for us to do that, we need to be able to hear all our speakers and have those speakers feel comfortable sharing their opinions with us. So I ask that from all of you. Okay, so Ms. Welch, if you could begin, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name is Marianne Welch, and I'm here to talk about the Palo Alto Medical Foundation sign on Los Gatos Boulevard. It's not easy to park there, and it's not easy to go in or out. And as you can see, here's the sign. Here's the sign that everybody, I guess you people approved at one time. There's a car coming out. It blocks this sign so the people coming in can't see it from Los Gatos Boulevard, okay? And here's another picture of another person coming out, and they can't see it. However, the other thing I want to point out is that
And Ms. Welch, you can pull the microphone if you'd like.
Oh, okay. AAA. Oh, okay. AAA has 4 signs. They have 2 signs on Los Gatos Boulevard, and then they have one Trader Joe's, and then they have, when you come in, they're building a little sign like this that says AAA. So I'm going, wait a minute. The other people can't even see the sign going into a medical facility. So my thing is this: we need to have a sign bigger, and we need to have access coming in and going out better. So that needs to be done, or at least looked at. Then the second thing is, should there be another exit somewhere? There's no other exit when you go into that facility. I've never in my life seen anything like it. Thirdly, should the driveway be larger? Should the driveway be larger? And the sign larger? My answer to that is yes. I happened to talk to Mike Machado. I called him 3 times today. He was very busy. However, he did agree with me, and he said, he put it on Google. I was walking the sidewalk, and he said, I do see what you mean. It is a concern. However, I will call a meeting and have planning and my people look at it, because I do understand what you're saying. But it truly, truly is a problem. You can't get out of the building safely. If there's an earthquake or a fire, it's a problem. And you cannot see the sign from Los Gatos Boulevard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Ms. Pravetti, I don't know if you got a copy of these pictures, but if you could coordinate that with Mr. Machado. Thank you.
Do you want these pictures?
Actually, Shannon, do you want to go ahead and keep that for the record? Okay.
These are the 5x7s. These are the
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker is Kim Hughes, meanwhile.
Good evening. My name is Kim Hughes, and I am the Assistant Program Director for Live Oak Adult Day Services. We're about a block away at 111 Church Street, just about a little more than a stone's throw from here. I'm often asked what the difference is between Live Oak Adult Day Services and a senior center. Live Oak Adult Day Services and senior centers they both combat isolation and promote independence by offering activities that stimulate the body, including the brain, encourage creativity, continued learning, and friendly socialization. Our staff is specially trained to work with people who are unable to live independently, who need support and help in their daily activities, and are unable to participate in programs that more independent seniors are able. And in addition to providing a safe and stimulating program for our clients, we also provide respite and support for family caregivers. And that is what brings me here this evening. Live Oak Adult Day Services is now leading a monthly family care group, caregiver support group and education program. It meets on the first Wednesday of every month, and our next gathering will be on Wednesday, October 4th, beginning at 3:30 in the afternoon at our center. We are also considering offering a separate class in the evenings for working adults, probably around 7 o'clock, but the date has not been determined, and I welcome suggestions. All right. Our support group is open to all adults who have made the very difficult choice to help someone very close to them, usually a frail parent or spouse, maybe a sibling, to continue living as independently as possible. Sometimes they live together in one home, sometimes they live elsewhere, but they're very involved with the person's life and the choices that will benefit their loved one. This noble and enriching choice can be very challenging, and we're here to help. I encourage you to contact us at Live Oak Adult Day Services with any questions you might have about the caregiver support group or any of our other services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Okay, and so this is a perfect example of commentary that we won't allow tonight, clapping or jeering. And so we do appreciate the information you shared with us, and if there's any further questions, we'll ask people to contact you. And again, let's try and let's refrain from commenting on what the speakers are saying, whether you're in support or in opposition, please. So, okay, Andrew Spiker.
Okay, so I'll keep it short. Andrew Spiker, 708 Winchester. I think it's a little bit of a repeat of Angelia's talk, but I am thinking that traffic is also a problem for our town. Not only, I thank you guys for focusing on the regional cut-through traffic. As someone that lives on Winchester, thank you very much. But I'm thinking about the upcoming traffic. North 40, we're talking about a 90,000 square foot office building tonight. We're talking about a 30,000 square foot office building sometime in the near future, and 15,000 after that. I moved here from the East Coast, and I picked Los Gatos because I thought it was a town. It's actually not that hard to figure out what people think of our traffic situation if you Google traffic in Los Gatos already without these new buildings. We're in a pretty bad world of hurt. I'm trying to figure it out, and I would be willing to help in any way possible, but I'm trying to figure out if we're estimating traffic consistently. This is two projects that are going to be in front of you over the next few months. The traffic report from both of the studies, done about a month apart, done by the same company, and they're changing how they're doing their chip generation. So one of them is based on office buildings of similar sizes and doing estimates. The other is based on square footage. And just basic math for me says the office buildings are exactly the same. They're office buildings. They're 3.1 times each other. But if you look at the ratio of the estimated between these traffic reports, it's as much as 5 to 8x difference between what these traffic reports say are going to come into these two very similar office buildings. I would expect the ratio to be closer to 3. Why am I worrying about this? I'm really worrying about it because I don't think we're really considering the cumulative impact of all these projects. We're thinking about each project as it comes along. But as someone that lives right in the middle of all these projects, very similar to Angelia's diagram, I just don't see how we have choke points at the top of town, at the bottom of town, and we expect people to actually live in this town in between as we increase this traffic beyond our existing traffic problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spiker. Catherine Summers.
Hi, I'm Catherine Summers, Executive Director of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. So I couldn't help but not get up here with all of these people here tonight to, before we get into some controversial topics, to celebrate something. And I wanted to say that that tomato festival was awesome. I was actually a judge with Rob, and it was really, it had class, it had character, it brought a lot of visitors to town. It made our locals really love living here. And I hope that some of that spirit and community feeling comes into our next weekend's event, which many of you probably know is it is the Eat, Drink, Los Gatos. It's been a huge undertaking to put this on. And I hope that a lot of you will come out there and support the town, support all the restaurants that have given so much and are all coming out and setting up booths next weekend. We have music, we have a lot of our wineries and breweries participating, so I hope you'll really come out and support us. Again, I want to go back to that tomato festival. Ginger McDonald, she came to me a few, I don't know, it's 8, 9 months ago and said, oh, I'm going to celebrate tomatoes. And I remember looking at her thinking, how are we going to celebrate tomatoes? You know, it was just a unique, creative, out-of-the-box idea, and it worked. And it was beautifully done. If you didn't go down and see it, look at the pictures. We set a world record, so Los Gatos is on the map for all those. So I just really wanted to take this minute to really celebrate what we can do well together when we work together, collaborate, understand each other, and make our town just a more vibrant place. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. Tony Alarcon.
Good evening. Tony Alarcon, 229 Johnson Avenue. Lived in town since 1991. Consider myself pretty active in the community. September 2017, the Los Gatos Living magazine came to my doorstep. My wife, Elizabeth, suggested that I read through it. I was busy, and in the Los Gatos Living magazine here, it's interesting. There's an article that says Los Gatos, California, population 90,000. It's September 1972, and essentially there was a group of residents, and including the town manager, that felt the Almond Grove district, because of the age of its citizens and lower tax base, was better off being demolished. They recommended the demolition of a square block bounded by Bean, Masole, Tate, and Nicholson Avenues to construct high-rise, high-rent apartments, a pleasing design. This would provide better streets and substantially to the town tax base, provide a shot in the arm to our downtown area, though through increased new purchasing power. The Los Gatos town manager, Don McIntyre, said the community would benefit from an increase in real estate taxes by filling downtown areas with high-rises. Sounds familiar. The town hall insiders proposed designating the entire downtown area between Masole Avenue and Highway 17 as an urban renewal zone. They estimated a population of 90,000 by 1985. Today we stand, I believe, around 32 to 34,000. Thankfully and respectfully, Sandy Decker, then planning commissioner, and a great mayor for our town, led the charge to stop this. And so I would ask you, council, today, as you've made past decisions and future decisions coming up, how will time judge your serving our community? Will your judgments and your decisions, your yay or nay, stand the vote of time and the test of time? I don't know. I'm very concerned. Many of our citizens feel like we're sardines in a can. Traffic is not going to get better no matter what anyone says, no matter what traffic study says in some faraway town. Los Gatos and Silicon Valley are very different from much of the rest of the United States. So I ask you, with that caution, proceed lightly and take care of our kids and our Los Gatos living. It's all we have.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. So at this time, I have no further speaker cards, and so I will be closing verbal communication. Ms. Pravetti, I am sorry, when I was going through council manager reports, I forgot manager reports, and so I apologize.
No apology necessary. Just two quick things. First of all, we are recruiting for our boards, committee, and commission, so I would advise our public to please visit our town clerk website for information and application details. In addition, we are hosting Trivia Night next week on September 26th. It's one of our many library programs that we're offering this fall. Pick up a brochure at our local library. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pravetti. I now have a couple seats up front if anyone would like some. Okay, and we now move to item number 9, which is a continued item from our last meeting. This is our recent designation as a World Health Organization age-friendly city. And the goal for tonight is to affirm and prioritize the goals that have been identified by the task force. Mr. Andrews, would you like to provide today's staff report?
Town Council. The item before you is actually the culmination of one of these council's strategic priorities. In a prior session, identifying your strategic priorities, you had said that becoming a World Health Organization age-friendly community was one of your goals. Tonight, we are here to recognize our designation as a World Health Organization age-friendly community, and with that, it comes several tasks for this council to consider, as the mayor mentioned. The World Health Organization, recognizing that populations throughout the globe were aging rapidly, decided to create an initiative that would provide a platform for communities throughout the globe to have an information sharing exchange where they can see what worked in one community versus another. Our county, in conjunction with this council, saw this as a very worthy initiative and put it as one of the goals for this community. One of the ways you did that was by creating a task force. The task force worked to identify, through surveys of various parts of the community, goals that the town could look towards as a way to achieve age-friendly status. And those goals are identified in the staff memo before you tonight as a community collaborative to offer social events and dances, more emergency preparedness training opportunities to residents, an infographic resource describing available community services for all residents, and options for additional senior transportation. So for the council this evening, we ask that you provide some direction on prioritizing those goals, and then we have resources in the community to try and help to bring those goals to bear. One of which I believe is in the audience tonight, and that is the chair of your Community Service and Senior Services Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Council members, any questions? Okay, so this is a public hearing. I will be opening it up for those who would like to speak. I do have one card, and as Mr. Andrews mentioned, it is Tom Pacrow, who is the chair of our Community Senior Services Commission. But while he speaks, I'm going to do a prop just to highlight that this was recently a simple infographic that we received when we did receive our age-friendly designation.
Good, thank you. So I'm here representing the Community and Senior Services Commission as its chair to discuss the town's 4 age-friendly goals. I want to call your attention to the age-friendly attachment 3 in your packet, where the commission provide one-page summaries for each of the 4 goals. We prepared these summaries in 2-person teams and hope they'll be helpful to you, the councilors. Each goal summary has a background section that reviews those things already done and in process relative to that goal, and then gives our commission's thoughts on some of the opportunities and issues around these goals. Now, the task force goals are short to midterm, as you'll notice, consistent with the 2-year time frame for this phase of the age-friendly cities process. However, the goals do build a basis for developing a longer-term strategy in our town for seniors, and would be good to focus on a long-term strategy in the future. Let me highlight a few commission points that we wanted to make on these 4 summaries. Goal 2, emergency preparedness. This goal fits well with the town's planned work on emergency preparedness already underway, and thus is synergistic with the town's work plan. Goal 3, infographic. This objective is less urgent, but it builds on what we have been doing with the Community and Senior Services website for several years now, and is very straightforward to accomplish. Goal 4, senior transportation. This effort should focus on our new West Valley Senior Transportation Pilot. The pilot is scheduled to start in October and end in July, as you probably know. Some issues associated with this pilot are publicity to develop a high level of awareness with seniors, ensuring convenient sign-up to make it easy to use, developing criteria to judge its success, and developing a process for continued funding, if it is to continue. And then goal 1 on social engagement, and one of our public comments from Live Oak is actually similar to this. This is already an area of active work for the town by the 55 Plus program, the 2 Live Oak activities, and through special events, town dances, the new JCC quarterly town dances, and other areas. It's particularly important, we believe, that social engagement for seniors, and we think this is an area that will shine light on some long-term issues of maintaining and building our senior programs, and thus deserves some special attention. Finally, I believe there are members of the Commission, the task force, and others who are anxious to contribute to this effort. So
Thank you, Mr.
take
Picrow.
advantage of them.
Okay. You do have a question, Mr. Picrow. Vice Mayor?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair Picrow. So the staff is asking us to prioritize, choose which ones to go first. I'm sort of trying to understand why we need to choose, why we can't move them all forward. Do you feel like if we spread our efforts amongst them all 4, we won't get it done? Can you comment on, should there be one we're pushing forward first? Should we really be trying to do them all at once? Why not try to do them all at once?
I'm always ambitious, and so I'm inclined to do more than one at once. 4 might get us a little confused, might get us a little mixed up, and so I can see the value of thinking about some prioritization, but I do believe you could have teams, and particularly if we set out some type of team of town members who wanted to work on this, that we could work on several of these at once, perhaps 2 or even
And
3.
do you have any recommendation on what you would think should be prioritized?
Well, I would work on emergency preparedness, and the infographics so simple. I would work on that, and the senior transportation is now. So I would actually pick those 3, and I would like to see you take the social engagement, which in my mind extends all the way to sustaining our 55 plus senior rec program, and take that as a separate item, maybe a year from now. I think that's a big bite, but a very important one, and I think it needs focused effort. So I would keep that separate and do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, and thank your committee. It's a great group of people. My experience in our community over the many years is that seniors have raised 2 issues. One is a feeling of isolation, and then a lack of transportation, and I guess using your terminology, on-demand transportation. I understand that there are movements abroad in our town to have on-demand type of transportation in the sense of shuttles. Did your committee give any thought as to how to address the issue of senior isolation?
Well, we sure did, and that's why we think the door-to-door transportation is such an important part of the project. There are longer term and many issues, and we've been learning from other towns on social isolation, and I quite agree with you. That was the one thing throughout the county that really rose up somewhat unexpectedly by the people running the focus groups as being a really important thing. So I would start with working the transportation, but I would really put a lot of effort into social isolation, and that's why I wanted to keep it as a single thing. I want to point out that I believe the West Valley pilot is really doing a good thing. They've hired 2 drivers, one for our area and including Saratoga and Monterino, and then one for the Cupertino, Campbell area. And they also have quite a number, at least 8 now I've heard, signed up as volunteer drivers to further supplement the door-to-door transportation. So I think that's a good start.
Thank you.
We can do more.
Thank you. Council members, any further questions? Okay, thank you, Chair Pacro.
Thank you.
Now, this is a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak, you may do so. Otherwise, I will close the verbal testimony on this, and I look to council members for comments. Ultimately, a motion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff, Mr. Andrews. So again, you're asking, sort of back to my same question. You're asking us for choosing priorities, but it sounds like at least a couple of them, there's already things going on. So for the mobility issue, we've already got a pilot that we've contributed $17,000 into with the West Valley cities. Chair Pacro mentioned for the emergency preparedness, it's already sort of part of our work plan. So my question really more for staff is cost, right? If, let's say, we don't prioritize those 2, you're going to stop working on them. If we did prioritize those, would you do more? And, what's the cost of doing more? So let's take the transportation maybe first. Let's say we prioritize that. What would you do different than we're already doing?
So currently this council, as was stated, already funded in the current budget monies to test a pilot program. However, there's currently no funding expected beyond that yet. Now, every year this council takes up the budget, and that's your prerogative. But this is a pilot program. We're not sure to the extent the program will meet the needs. I think what staff was looking for is there are elements of all of these that are currently underway, but if the council saw one that they thought was of particular interest, then we would put our energies into that one first. But there are elements of each one of these that are currently underway, either from a town staff perspective or from the work that's being done at your committee level or other providers in the community that are already providing elements of some of these.
So if I could follow up, part of the question also is about cost. So if we choose certain ones to pursue, is there more cost? Like, let's take transportation. We could always spend lots of money on that one. So I would say if we made that the priority, does that mean we're probably going to be looking to spend more than just staff time, I suppose?
This was discussed at the committee level also, and I think if I had to put them in terms of just cost, infographic is probably a fairly low-cost goal to achieve just from a cost perspective. It will require quite a bit of resource to put it together and get it marketed and distributed to the community, but just from a straight cost perspective, probably the least cost. Emergency preparedness is part of our work plan anyway, as a community and with direction from the town manager, and so a lot of the elements of that will be done without direct additional cost, with the exception of we talk about maybe putting together emergency preparedness kits. That is something that could possibly be done through contributions of different associations in the community, but there would be a cost associated with that. And then the other one, collaborative of social events. A lot of these events are already occurring throughout the community. It's just, I think, doing a better job of leveraging the programs that are already happening and doing a better job of coordinating efforts on those various programs. And then finally, your transportation one is the one that we identified as one that would have an additional ongoing cost.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Any comments? And anyone ultimately want to make a motion? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Based on my own personal experience with seniors facing isolation and lack of transportation, and combining it with the report that we have received from the committee, I'm going to move that this Los Gatos prioritize 3 of the 4 suggested priorities, which is additional senior transportation, the infographic with regard to available community services, and emergency preparedness. I believe that social events and dances are important. However, if there is one area where I think the town is doing well, specifically with the rec department, it is in that area. So my 3 would be transportation, infographic, and emergency preparedness.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Spector, did you make a motion to that effect? Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and
Vice Mayor?
I'll go ahead and second it for discussion purposes. I reserve my right to vote for it or not.
Okay. Any comments on the motion? Vice Mayor? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm stealing them all. The question for staff. So if we prioritize 3, does that mean it's going to be spread too thin and you're not going to be able to do a good job, or do you need us to narrow it down more than that?
So emergency preparedness is on our work plan anyway. That'll continue regardless of any prioritization. That's viewed as a high priority from our perspective, and so it's one we're going to continue to pursue. The infographic, I think, is one that could happen within the construct of our committee and would probably take limited resources to bring that to fruition. And so I think in that regard, it's a great task for the committee, and I am the liaison to the committee, so I can do everything in my power to make sure that gets shepherded along, and I'm a resource to the committee to make sure that comes to fruition. In terms of the transportation, we do currently have a pilot underway. They are actually, I think, getting ready to roll out their kind of, first communication that this resource is available. My advice would be to potentially wait and see how this pilot goes before we pursue other pilots. There might be other pilots that we could bring forward, but as of now, you have already currently engaged in this budget year with one pilot that we yet to have any data on. I will say that at the committee level, one of the things we've discussed is the marketing of this program is going to be really critical to make sure that not only do we provide the pilot, but then we make sure that our community understands that this is a resource that's available to them.
Councilmember Jensen?
That was really my question, but through the chair to the maker of the motion, I understood that with respect to the transportation, that you did anticipate not going out and finding additional transportation at this time, but promoting, as Mr. Andrews indicated, the pilot program. Is that correct?
The maker of the motion, is that a correct?
Yes, I understood from Mr. P. Crow that that is what the committee thought was very important. And so, yes, that is part of the motion.
Okay. And Vice Mayor as the seconder?
Yes, that's...
Okay. Any further comments on this? Okay. So I will be supporting the motion. I think all of these, as we discussed, are very important. I do want to just emphasize to the commission how important it is to make sure that our residents are aware of this pilot, so that on October 1st, all those that are 55 and over understand that there is now a concierge type door-to-door service that is available, and our Community Senior Services Commission, as well as the 2 contractors we hired out, will be available to assist you in managing your transportation needs. So with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and it passes unanimously. Thank you. We now move to item number 10. Let's see. My computer's not. And this is an update on the disposition of surplus town properties.
Thank you. Previously, this council has identified several properties as what we refer to as surplus property, and we were also provided direction to try and solicit interest on the surplus properties. This report is strictly an update to not only the council, but to our community, to be able to identify that we are starting to be in earnest discussions with certain folks in the community regarding 3 of the properties. Tonight's report focuses on 3 of the properties, and I'm actually going to start a little out of order in the memo because we also did a supplemental memo, so I will hold the Dittos Lanes comments to the end of my comments. We currently own a property at Winchester and Lark. We refer to it as the Winchester property. It is a vacant property that is adjacent to a firehouse that the council has previously gone into a long-term lease with the fire department. The fire department has expressed interest in possibly being able to acquire all the property and the synergies that go along with the fact that they currently have a lease through 2036. They were probably the most viable entity to pursue first, and so we just wanted the council to know that we are entering into very earnest negotiations with the Santa Clara County Fire Department as it relates to that property. One of the other properties we wanted to update you on is the property on New York Avenue. This is a property that actually is at the end of New York Avenue behind the high school. Once again, it's kind of an irregularly shaped piece of property that, because of its adjacency to the high school, it made the high school a very natural, interested buyer, and they have expressed interest, and so we have reached a stage where we are entering very earnest negotiations with the high school on that property. The third and final property we wanted to give you an update on is Dittos Lane. Dittos Lane is a property back over here behind us, which had been purchased by redevelopment dollars for the original intent of being some form of below market rate housing. Past efforts have not come to fruition, and so we issued an RFP a while back that stated 2 purposes for respondents. One would be, what can you do at a market rate type of product, and then what could you do at a below market rate product? This council gave prior direction that you would like to pursue below market rate product because it's consistent with the original intent of the land. The RFP yielded a single respondent, which is Habitat for Humanity, and Habitat for Humanity has been engaged with town staff in what they see as a potential product that they could bring through our planning process. One of the things staff just wanted to get further clarification on, and also we recommend, is because the RFP only yielded a single result, we think it might be in our best interest to give a little bit of additional time to see if there are any other types of below market rate folks who might want to give a proposal to the town, so we have other ways of comparing and contrasting the type of product we could eventually bring to Dittos Lane. And in that regard, we asked for additional clarification if the council has any interest in determining the type of quantity or units that they would deem viable on the property, and also if you had any specific guidance as it relates to the type of adjusted median income that you would like to see populated on the property.
And just to clarify that the purpose of tonight's discussion is to daylight that we are in conversations with several parties with regard to our surplus, but we are not going to make decisions as to who will receive the properties, and those transactions will remain in closed session, but you're asking for guidance and parameters on how to continue those discussions.
That is absolutely correct. Several of the discussions on some of the properties has reached a point where the community and others should be aware that we are talking to very specific entities at this point. And as it relates to Dittos Lane, any proposer on Dittos Lane would still have to go through the town's planning process. This is more just if we wanted to create additional time and give additional guidance, not only to Habitat, who is currently a proposer, but to any other potential proposers.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Question for our town attorney. So since this was purchased by RDA, do we have any legal requirements for this property?
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit for the audience?
The property, the purchase price of the property. So you have a couple of options. That's why I said yes. If in fact it's used for below market rate, which was what we used the money from our redevelopment agency, came from our below affordable housing fund. So as long as we use the property, it's used by someone and it develops affordable housing, then that's acceptable. This property did not have any set number of units that was designated in our purchase of the redevelopment monies, so that is open to discussion. If in fact we sold this property to someone to do market rate property, we could not use those funds in our general fund. We would have to, any money that we gain from the sale of the property for market rate units, that money would have to go into our affordable housing fund and replenish that, because we used affordable housing funds to purchase the property. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions, Councilmember Jensen?
I think this is for either Ms. Pavetti or Mr. Schultz, or both. Two questions. First, when we were doing our housing element, there was an issue with the state housing HCD regarding designating particular income levels for housing, and that was viewed as being a constraint on the development of affordable housing in some respects. So if the council were to choose to designate a particular level, is that a problem with our housing element?
I think the comments coming from the Housing and Community Development were specific regarding one element of our town code that was very prescriptive in terms of how many of each type of affordability level was being required. If you have a goal, say you would like to see primarily low income or very low income, that is something that any developer, especially the nonprofit sector, they're used to working with that. But it was some certain elements of our town code that HCD had concerns with, and that's why that's one of our action items to clean that up.
Okay, my second question, this could be completely jumping the gun, but the state legislature just passed SB 35, which for those of you who don't follow it, is a state law that is regarding housing and local control of housing. And in order to promote housing and affordable housing, it is taking away some degree of local control and fining people for not meeting their regional housing needs. So my question is, when does SB 35 go into effect, and how might it affect this property or making any kinds of designations on this property?
So SB 35 did pass both legislatures, so it's headed to the governor's desk. He has a prescribed amount of time to sign legislation. The indications are that he's favorably inclined towards the entire housing package, which also includes some funding. If the legislation is signed, it would go into effect January 1st. That it would have implications for all housing proposals that are coming forward to all of our cities within California. And for us, as with many cities in California, we have not kept up with all of the production that our regional housing needs assessment has required of us. So in certain cases, we will be looking at by right development, which means we would be really limited to just the objective standards within our codes to evaluate projects.
So following up on that, if the council were to, for example, limit a number or give direction a particular number of units, or something like units that wouldn't affect access to the property along the creek, how would that play in with SB 35? I'm just trying to figure out how we avoid problems, assuming it's going to be signed.
Certainly. Well, thank you for asking. As I recall, the zoning for the site is residential 1 or 2 units. It's R1D, which is the downtown, so that's essentially a very low density designation. So really what state law is, the new law would say is that if the development project complies with the existing zoning, then it would essentially be by right development. So if we have something that is of the scale that meets the R1D zoning, then that one could move forward. And certainly considerations for environmental would certainly remain. So creek, hillside stability, all the normal things that we would typically look at. So CEQA is still in play.
So the follow-on to that is that if there was a proposal that did not meet the current zoning, then that by right wouldn't apply.
Right. You would have a rezoning application before you, and you would have your discretion to determine whether or not it was consistent with your general plan and met other community objectives.
Okay, thank you.
And it is just a little bit different situation in that you really do wear 2 hats here, because you own the property, you're also the applicant in a certain sense, even if someone's shepherding that through, like Habitat for Humanities. So I'm not certain we can look at it further, but SB 35 to me applies to private development of property where they're trying to do housing, as opposed to this where we still own the property. So we'd still have complete control and that discretion to deny a project as opposed to a private development.
Any further questions? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Given what he just said, I'm unsure if my question is relevant or not. But so my question was about PDs. We know as soon as you get beyond 2 houses, usually you need a PD because you got to build a private road into it, kind of thing. Well, not usually, but it could. If a PD is required, is that considered a rezoning, and so then you don't have to follow SB 35 because it has to be PD rezoned?
It doesn't necessarily have to be PD rezoned. That's an option. We have other zoning classifications. I thought our minimum was 4 units for a PD.
There's no minimum for a PD. So if they
Thank
have
you.
to require any exceptions, and this is Joel Paulson, the Community Development Director, one of the typical ones you mentioned, which is a private street, if they can't meet full access requirements for a public street, then that would require planned development, and that's more than likely the instance here. So in fact, that would be a rezoning.
And so then the question is that since that's a rezone, does SB 35 not apply anymore?
I think a lot of this is a little premature. It hasn't been tested yet, so I think we're going to have to follow that closely and see how that will impact any of our current and future processes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. This is a public hearing. I have several speaker cards, so I will be calling you 3 at a time, just so that if you are in the overflow, you'll have the opportunity to speak. Before introducing the speakers, though, I do want to reemphasize that we are not making decisions on who to conduct transactions with, but the parameters for these properties. Okay. So first speaker, Hamid, is it Taib? Yes, for Habitat for Humanity. And then afterwards, Sarah Chafin, and then Dennis Byron.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, public. My name is Hamid Taib, Development Director of the Real Estate for Habitat for Humanity. I'm so pleased that you give me time to speak. As you know, staff mentioned that the property was surplus back in March of 2016, and Habitat has received the RFP in November of 2016. We expressed our interest in January of 2017, and in April, you all got together in a closed session and decided to negotiate with Habitat on donating the property for building affordable homes. Since then, we have invested enormous amount of time and energy and money to come up with a feasible plan that we can actually take it to the public and study it further for its relevance for the community. And we're very pleased to also let everyone know that your staff has been very kind and very supportive of and working with us, try to come up with this kind of a proposal. And we're very close to that. And we're kind of disheartened 2 weeks ago to hear that that you might be having a change of heart and you want to reopen the RFP process. And whereas we were hoping to hear from you on a negotiating DDA, disposition and development agreement for the property. So setting the SB 35 on the side and setting the zoning on the side, we would like to see what's right for this property. What is right that the staff would support, the community would support, and I might tell you that we have volunteers in green shirt who are going to help to build this community and this development. So we encourage you to not go further on a request for proposal and start negotiating with us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions real quick. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Does your organization, Habitat for Humanity, have a minimum number of units that they would require before they would build on the Gatos property?
We went back to our board of directors. Thank you for that. That's a very good question. Back in June of this year. And we analyzed what actually is feasible and what dollars from taxpayers' money has gone into the development to this property. $3 million was spent already to purchase this property through from RDA funds. So our board of directors directed us to build minimum 12 units on the property that makes sense in a dollars and cent and feasibility that requires this property to be feasible. That requires us to rethink how the access would work and how development would work. And we asked our architects and engineers to go back to the drawing board to figure it out, and they have.
So 12 is your minimum?
12 is the minimum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Sort of related, the council gave some direction in closed session what we thought was reasonable. Did you receive that direction in terms of number of units?
No, we did not.
Okay. I guess I can't say too much more what was discussed in closed session. I'm just trying to understand the disconnect that developed here. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Chafin?
Thank you very much for having me tonight. I actually gave the clerk a little PowerPoint presentation to hand out, and I also have a history of Gatos Lane property that I got from the library. But basically, I'm here to talk about the fact that I'd like to build affordable housing for teachers on Gatos Lane. And I'm actually focused on trying to find a replicable and sustainable model for teachers. I would be focusing on moderate income affordable housing because most teachers make above $60,000 a year, and they would not qualify for low or very low income housing. My proposal basically is essentially to take the historical footprint of Gatos Lane and essentially restore it so that there would be a minimum impact on the community. I actually am a local. I live in Los Gatos, so I'm very familiar with Gatos Lane, and I'm very passionate about the town. So I want to build affordable housing for teachers, but I also want to beautify the community. So my project would basically maintain the access to the trail. It would have a minimal impact in terms of the natural beauty of the trees. There would also not be an issue with traffic. It would beautify the neighborhood. I know that's always been a big concern for the neighbors. It would improve education in Los Gatos. It would also help Los Gatos maintain an inclusive community because currently we are starting to lose our teachers who we want to live and also work in the community. And the other thing that's really important is this is a local solution. I think the reason why there's been such contention at Gatos Lane is because a local has never tackled this problem. When you're part of the community, you can rally the neighbors and you know how to make things work because your interest is the community interest as well. The other thing that I just wanted to mention is there's a Los Gatos vision statement, and my project would be completely consistent with that. It would add to higher quality education. It would preserve the town character. It's an environmentally sensitive project. It's local and sustainable. It's pedestrian oriented, and it's innovative and creative. So I just wanted to close with a quote about Los Gatos real quickly. I know I have about 10 seconds. To see Los Gatos is to love the town. To enjoy the privilege of a few days or weeks stay within the gates of that beautiful city is to wish to come again. And to become a permanent resident is to lie in paradise, if such there be on this earth. And that's a quote from Sunset Magazine from 1915. And it's also a quote from Councilmember Spector. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to be submitting a proposal.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Ms. Chafin, I noticed from the handout that you gave us, previously there was 4 units at Ditto's Lane. Are you comfortable building 4 units at Ditto's Lane?
Yes, I am.
And you mentioned moderate income. Are you referring to category D in the staff report, 81% to 120% of the area
Correct.
median income? And one more question. You mentioned preserving the history of the property, which is very important to this council member. I noticed that when those homes were demolished several years ago, great care was taken to preserve the stone walls in that area, the existing stone walls made out of the Los Gatos Creek rock. Would you incorporate those existing stone walls into your design?
Absolutely. So I'm working on my design right now, but the intention is to preserve those walls and literally just try to put the housing back on the original footprint so that it would keep the character. I know you don't have time now, but if you guys get a chance to look at the paper I gave you from the library, that is a little jewel of the property, and it would be a wonderful location for teacher housing and also just as a beautiful green space for the community. You know, children could even go there for field trips. So.
Thank you.
Sure. Any further questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great quote. In any event, my question was, would you and should you go forward with this project, do you anticipate being able to obtain funding for its development?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Chafin.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Dennis Byron, and then afterwards will be Mary Lynn.
I'm Dennis Byron. I'm a local in Los Gatos. I will try to keep this brief because it looks like we have a few people that might want to speak. I'm in support of Sarah's proposal for Ditto's Lane. I've seen Ditto's Lane. We have tried to get affordable housing in San Jose. San Jose has more of a impact on commercial than affordable housing, and I know Los Gatos needs the affordable housing here. Ditto Lane has been contention for quite a while. I know some of the other projects that were proposed for Ditto's Lane were in excess of 30 units. This will allow a low-impact viable alternative to Ditto Lane. We talked about the walls. Sarah and I both talked about retaining those walls and keeping the character of Ditto Lane as it is now, with a minimal impact to the town. Hopefully we can do this without widening the roads or increasing traffic potential. So I know we're latecomers to the project. I'd like you to help consider Sarah's project. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Byron. Mary Lynn, to be followed by Heather Ishik.
Hi, thank you for having us. I'm here as well to support Shara's Ditto Lane project. I am a purchaser in 2005 of a below market pricing home here in Los Gatos, and I just want to support the concept of a below market pricing home and also the project that Sarah has, the idea of the way it works and such. My daughters attended Los Gatos High School. Actually, my daughter Sophie was a member of the very first ever youth commission here in Los Gatos many years ago. And one of my daughters is a teacher at in LSI High School in Salinas. And so I have an affinity for housing for teachers and also for the good work that the people of Los Gatos do for people like me. And so I'm here to thank the town for the project, for the below market pricing project, and to thank Sarah as well for her vision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much. So, next speaker, Heather Ishik, to be followed by Sister Rosalie Pizzo.
Hi, I'm Heather Isaac. I'm a Los Gatos resident, and I have 2 kids that go to Dave's Avenue School. One's a 4th grader and one's a kindergartner. And at Dave's, my daughter's current teacher is actually commuting from San Francisco, mostly because of housing prices. And so I do see this in our schools, that teachers are having to come a long way. There's another teacher that commutes from Santa Cruz. And a couple of years ago, there was a teacher who left Dave's because she was able to buy a house in El Dorado Hills. And so we are losing some of our teachers, but also we want these teachers to be a part of our community. You know, you want them to be around for after school stuff, but you also want your kids to see them at the grocery store and to see them around. So we see that this is a huge problem, and as prices keep going up, it becomes a greater issue. My kids both went to preschool at Santa Clara University, at the Kids on Campus there, and they have 14 staff members, and 9 of them commute more than 30 minutes to get to school, and 5 of those is more than 45 minutes one way. So it is a thing that we see, and so I just wanted to support Sarah in the teacher housing. And also, we are a big fan of the trail, and so we would like to see some sort of project that doesn't reduce access to the trail, because that's part of the reason why we moved to Los Gatos in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, Sister Rosalie Pizzo, to be followed by Laurel Searlook.
Good evening. I'm delighted to support Sarah in this wonderful proposal. I know Sarah from our church community. She's a woman of integrity, creativity, and persistence. I know this will happen somewhere, somehow, because I know Sarah. 2 factors that have motivated her and most of us is teacher retention in this valley, as well as affordable housing. We all know that those are 2 factors that are very, very prominent in most of our thinking these days, especially mothers with fathers with children. They want their children to have the best teachers. Well, I know that many teachers are leaving the area because they cannot afford to be here. Her idea is so creative. I think that it will work, and it will work for the entire community. You know, it's packaged too in a very creative way. So I really would like the council to look at her plan and to give consideration to it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Laurel Searlook, and to be followed by Lindsay Pierce.
Hi, good evening. I also am here to express support for Sarah and for the teacher housing. I am a long-time resident of Los Gatos. I have 3 children. They've been through Yavna Day School, Fisher Middle School, and also Los Gatos High School. And currently I have a daughter that is a sophomore at Santa Clara University, and she recently changed her major from computer science to child development and wants to be a teacher. When she first came to me and said that she was going to change from science and technology into a teaching position, I was very concerned, because when you compare the 2 types of salaries, how would she ever be able to remain part of this community? And so as I thought about this and thought about the good schools that are here in Los Gatos and the education she received here, I think it's really a shame for our community not to support those who can bring excellence to our community. And so for those reasons, I really am supportive of Sarah's interest in developing teacher housing for teachers who make enough of a living to not be considered low income, but not enough to really be a part of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lindsay Pierce, to be followed by Robin Adelman.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Pierce. I'm currently in my 6th year of teaching. I teach 1st grade, and I'm also a longtime resident of Los Gatos. I was actually born and raised here. My grandparents met at Los Gatos High School. My father went to Los Gatos High School, and so did my brother and I. The only time I left was for college, and I really consider Los Gatos to be my home. I love teaching. This career is truly my passion, and I'm very dedicated to what I do. But it does come with a sacrifice living in the Bay Area, especially in Los Gatos, where cost of living is so high and teacher salaries are not. My living situation has looked different in the past 6 years. After earning my graduate degree in education down in San Diego, I moved back to the area and accepted my first teaching job locally. For the first 6 months of my career, I lived with my grandparents because I could not afford rent in the area. I was able to save up a little and move into a basement room that did not even have a door in a house with 3 roommates. 2 years ago, I was able to move into a home that a family member owns and rent from them. However, a lot of my teaching friends have not had a situation like this that has afforded them the opportunity to stay in the area. I have had teaching friends move to Arizona, Temecula, Seattle, and I've seen 2 incredibly talented teachers leave the profession because they felt they couldn't actually afford to continue living here if they stayed teaching, let alone ever become a homeowner. I truly support what Sarah is doing because I think there's a huge need for teacher housing in the area, especially if we want to keep talented, passionate, and hardworking teachers. Los Gatos is a town that prides itself on its education system and school district. And offering affordable housing and an opportunity for teachers to eventually buy a home would be a great way to support hardworking, contributing members of our community. I hope you consider her proposal because there's a definite need for teacher housing in the Bay Area, and Los Gatos is the perfect town to support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Next speaker, Robin Adelman, to be followed by Kim Gary.
Good evening. I'm Robin Adelman, and I am the Director of Early Learning at Shir Hadash Early Childhood Center. Sarah's daughter actually attended our preschool, and I may be the cause of all of this. When her daughter was in preschool, she had a teacher who was often late because she was commuting from Hollister. And Sarah came to me and said, "Why is she always late?" And I said, "Well, she's commuting from Hollister and there's traffic and that sort of stuff." And she says, "Why can't she live closer?" And I said, "Because she can't afford to live closer." So having an affordable housing is the most important thing for my teachers. They don't make as much as public school teachers. Preschool teachers tend to have lower salaries, and they find themselves having to live far and wide. I have a letter that I want to share with you from one of my teachers that she wrote to all of you. And she says it better than I could. She says, "My name is Janet Cannon. I have been teaching preschool professionally since 1999. For the entirety of my career, I have had to commute 20 minutes or more to maintain semi-affordable housing. I have been working in Los Gatos since 2010. As a single professional, I have moved 3 times since then in search of affordable housing. Most recently, I have relocated to Prunedale and commute 50 miles one way. I spend a minimum of 2.5 hours a day commuting to serve the children and families of Los Gatos. This takes a great toll on me in addition to the wear and tear on my vehicle. She says that she's not sure how long this arrangement will be feasible and have reluctantly started to consider finding employment closer to home. I really don't want to lose her. And she says, I don't want to leave my school, but the lack of affordable housing within the city of Los Gatos and surrounding cities makes it almost impossible for teachers, especially preschool teachers, to maintain a decent standard of living. And she gives her email address, and she's happy for you to communicate with her if you so desire. So both my staff and I would like to have you consider heartily Sarah's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edelman. Okay, next speaker, Kim Gary, to be followed by Victoria Prang.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Kimberly Garay, and I've been a housing development professional for 20 years. So my daughter attends school with Sarah, and I naively thought that our small private school was a little immune from losing teachers, but this year we lost 6 faculty members. And we lost them. A young teacher went to the El Dorado foothills because he could no longer afford to live in this neighborhood. We lost another teacher to Morgan Hill. And unfortunately, that teacher is not replaceable. The rapport and the talent that she had is something that we'll never get back. So that is something that we felt very deeply. So as you can imagine, teacher housing is very important, especially if we want to retain and attract the top talent in this neighborhood. We all want what's best for our students. And again, to keep the teachers that we want here, we need to have decent housing, affordable housing, and quality housing. I just want to mention also the beauty of this project is that Sarah is local. She's a local Los Gatos resident, and that's also not something that you get to see very often. So again, affordable, decent, quality teacher housing developed by a Los Gatos resident. So I would just urge you to consider her proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Victoria Prang, to be followed by Lauren Karlinski.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Prang. I am a construction defect litigator in this community for over 20 years. I will try not to be repetitive. I know there's a lot of support for Sarah's proposal. I, too, am here to speak in support of it. And I think the angle from which I view this project is, from the town's perspective, this is a chance to sort of lead the charge and set an example, provide a model for other similar projects that are in a small enough scope to not have a dramatic impact on the surrounding community, but rather a subtle and positive impact on the surrounding community, while making a big difference in the lives of the teachers that are struggling to make it here, that are trying to live where they work, and the trickle-down effect on our children, of course, is apparent and probably needs no further discussion. It came up in the context of the Tomato Festival earlier this evening. I heard the phrase, this put Los Gatos on the map. I liked it. This is another chance to put Los Gatos on the map in a very positive way that will serve young, old, and everyone in between. I urge the council to give serious consideration to this proposal. I think it is a win-win for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Karlinski, to be followed by Gerald Scott.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lauren Karlinski. I work at Yavna Day School at the Levy Family Campus in Los Gatos. I'm also the parent of 3 children who attend private schools in Los Gatos. I'm honored to be here tonight to show my support for Sarah Chafin's Affordable Teacher Housing Project. Teachers are the heart of any school, and I believe Sarah's innovative approach of providing an affordable living option and savings program that is close to where teachers live will be a huge blessing to the Los Gatos community and help solve a small piece of our housing problem in the Bay Area. So many of my colleagues and my children's teachers travel from Santa Cruz and from Salinas. They just travel great different distances to get to work every day, and it would be great if they could live in the community where they work. So if they had the option to live here, it would just, again, they could do after-school clubs and activities and just be there for the students. What I love about Sarah's program is that it has so much potential to be successful and replicated in other towns. I hope you will support her program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gerald Scott?
I have a question. How much? How much for the property?
I'm sorry, so this is the time for you to share comments to us, and then after we close verbal communication, we'll begin our discussion,
Okay.
and any questions you ask
I
could
would
be
like to
answered
privately
then.
develop the property, but I'm all open to give it to the teachers. But I need to know how much. I've heard 4 units, I've heard 12 units, I've heard 30. I don't know the square footage, I don't know anything. But the price is a good place to start. So I'd like to be in the planning department tomorrow, and I can do the design really quickly. There's civil engineering that maybe has to be done. I would like to keep everything the same as the character of the town, but there are a lot of questions I have to ask before I can actually go forward. I, as a private person, would like to know what's up. So that's my comment. I'll be in planning tomorrow.
Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Leonardis.
Yeah. So actually, I missed. Who are you? Are you an affordable housing builder?
No, I'm a developer.
And you'd like to build affordable housing on this site?
I'm open for building different kinds of projects different ways. I represent different companies, but Deanza Properties and Landmark Development.
Actually, Mr. Scott, can you speak in the microphone?
I work with Deanza Properties and Landmark Development. I'm a project developer.
Okay, thank you.
And you have one more question?
For myself, primarily.
Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Mr. Scott, I was just going to recommend that perhaps our town manager or staff could reach out to you and answer some of your questions.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I have no further speaker card, so I will close verbal testimony on this item. I look to council members for further questions. And if no questions, then comments. Again, we are not choosing who to negotiate with, but just parameters to continue conversations for these various properties. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. I've been thinking a lot about this and the history of the project and the previous project that was presented and what that would entail and how the neighbors felt about it. And I'm leaning towards a maximum of 4 units on this project, especially since this evening we were handed a document that showed that previously there was 4 address numbers there. I don't know if that was 4 single-family homes or what. I didn't get to look at it too closely, but I think that would be something that the community could live with. I'm also leaning towards moderate income level D. I think based on less units, it would seem logical that the prices would be a little bit higher. That means 81 to 120% of the area median income. It's not a whole lot of money. It's something that teachers would be able to afford or other low-income people. We're not making a determination on who will be occupying these this evening. Last but not least, it is important, I think, to retain the historical integrity of this location. Previously, when these properties were demolished, I think the planning director at the time purposely preserved the stone walls that were there, and I'd like to see that carried forward into the design. Los Gatos does a lot of those great things, and that keeps kind of the community history rich, and I think it's very important that we maintain that integrity rather than plop some giganto multi-unit apartment building down on that spot and squash everything. So that is my feedback, and I can incorporate that into a motion.
You can or you will?
I will incorporate that into a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any comments to the motion? Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am supportive of Habitat for Humanity. I think it's a good organization. I definitely think teacher housing is a good idea also. I also think, when Habitat for Humanity says the minimum they can build is 12, I think myself and most of us up here, are thinking, well, we really didn't want to go anywhere near that big. So I'm, something in the 4 range sounds better. In terms of affordability, I don't know if Mr. Leonardis was implying that it must be that affordability range. I'd be okay to say it could go that far in the top range of affordability, but if the teacher housing people said, well, we really need to be some affordable level lower to make it work for teachers, I don't want to limit us to that. So I'm hoping what Mr. Leonardis is saying is I'm not going to force them to do low or very low, but if that's what they think is needed, they can offer that.
And instead of hoping, let's just get some clarification on the motion. Councilmember Leonardis?
So I think I was leaning towards that specifically. However, I guess I can leave that open-ended, leave it up to whatever arrives. I would not exclude any category. It's more important to me the maximum amount of units being 4 or less.
Okay. And the second motion?
Yes, I agree, moderate or less.
Okay. Councilmember Johnson.
I guess this is a question for both Mr. Leonardis and the staff. There's 2 other properties that aren't included in the motion. Did they need to be included in some fashion, or did you just need to report to us?
No, it was strictly a vehicle to report out to yourselves and the community, the different folks we're engaged with currently.
Okay. So,
yes,
as a comment, will support the motion, but I thought that what we were supposed to do is say we're willing to accept more people to express interest. So if I take the motion to mean that, then that's fine.
I would suggest the motion have that as kind of the beginning, and then the 4 range, and then the income range that was provided in the motion be part of it. But ideally, staff was asking, is the council amenable to us receiving proposals from other folks? And then if so, in the memo, we said we felt October 22nd provided enough latitude for proposers to bring us proposals, and then we would vet the proposals, probably bring them into closed session to show council what we've received. And at that point, any proposal still has to go through the planning process.
So through the chair, could I ask Mr. Leonardis if he'd consider adding the language regarding accepting other proposals and the date limit that was mentioned by Mr. Andrews?
And Mr. Leonardis?
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
And the seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Any further? Yes?
And my comment, the staff was looking for feedback. I'm not so much concerned about the particular number of units as I am the access. And I think the access chain limits the number of units. So way back in the day when I was on Planning Commission, one of my big concerns about the Ditto's Lane project at that time was it was requiring a wider access from Main Street or East Main, and that was essentially going to remove trees along the creek and put in a retaining wall. So my direction is anything that would require that, I would not want to see.
Okay. And so I'm going to also comment on that. I would support the motion as well as the additional comments made. Basically, what I'm looking for is that we satisfy RDA requirements. We're open to the affordability limits, and that environmental sustainability is one of the key items that is a determinant in who we move forward with. And before that, I do want to clarify, it seems like there's been some information lost in conversations between staff and Habitat for Humanity. Has prior history of this site been shared so that the concerns we are expressing tonight is not new, that basically the large number of units will require site accessibility issues that this council is very hesitant to tackle?
Yes, there's been a lot of conversation, as our assistant town manager alluded to the question that was raised earlier about a quote, disconnect I will go back through the records and reconstruct that for you in an informational item, so you'll have that history.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you. Okay, and I just want to just quickly announce that we are moving to item number 11. I know many of you in the audience are here for Alberto Way, and these are items that have to be resolved tonight, and we think are going to be shorter in duration than Alberto Way, so we are just going to get through these, and then we will move forward on your issue. So item number 11, which is a resolution to amend our adopted capital improvement program budget to address Senate Bill 1. Mr. Morley.
Thank you very much. Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. Earlier this year, the state legislature and the governor approved a road maintenance and rehabilitation account, otherwise known as RMRA, or Senate Bill 1, that seeks to provide additional funding to jurisdictions throughout the state for road maintenance efforts.
Excuse me, Mr. Morley, if I could just, if there's people in the overflow that's making it difficult to hear, so if we can either close the doors or just have someone out there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the goal would be of the measure is to bring additional dollars for road maintenance to local jurisdictions. For Los Gatos, that means this fiscal year an increase of $177,000 to our road maintenance budget, with the follow-up of $530,000 for future years. And this is a tax, so it will vary a little bit, but that's the projection at this point. In order to make this happen, there's some accountability measures that have been put in place, and one of those requires that the exact projects be included within the jurisdiction's budget. For us, we adopt our budget earlier in the year, and so the timing doesn't align perfectly. So as almost all of the cities and counties in the Bay Area, we are recommending that we make an adjustment to our capital budget to include this within that budget. The outcome would be a listing of projects and identifying the projects that the town intends to move forward with over the next 3 years with this portion of the funding. Keep in mind that we do have additional funding through for our pavement maintenance that would provide other sources of funding as well. So this is just a one snapshot of that. Just because we're assigning the projects right now doesn't mean that it's not something that we can change in the future. There is flexibility to make modifications, so we're not completely locked in. But from staff's perspective, these are appropriate roadways for us to be looking to maintain in the near future. So from our perspective, this is the correct thing to do, and we are asking you to amend our current capital budget to make these changes. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Director Morley. Any questions of staff? Okay, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we're closing verbal testimony, and I look to council members for a motion. Councilmember Jensen?
I make a motion that we adopt a resolution, which is attachment 1 in our staff report, to amend our budget and our adopted capital improvement program, essentially to meet the requirements of SB 1 and do a project list.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Director Morley. And real quick, I just want to take a quick poll of the council. We are moving to item 12, which I assume will be lengthy. Does anyone need a quick break before we move forward? Yes. I'm sorry, Councilmember Spector.
Not a break, but should we be moving 14 up before and handling that now?
This is another one that requires, we are at 9. Let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute break. I will see how many speaker cards we have, and then we will decide whether we are moving 14 up.
Assume.
Okay. Okay. So we are taking a 10-minute break real quick. Thank you. If everyone could please take their seats, we are going to begin. If everyone could please take your seats, we're going to begin soon. You want some candy? Okay, we are now at item number 12, which is 401 to 409 Alberta Way. Architecture and Site Application S-15-056, Conditional Use Permit Application U-15-009, and Environmental Impact Report EIR-16-001. This is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision denying a request to demolish 3 existing office buildings. I turn to staff for a staff report. For those in the audience, the way this hearing will go is we will have a staff report. Council members will ask staff questions. Then the applicant will have a cumulative amount of 10 minutes to address the council. Those in the audience have 3 minutes to speak. Then the applicant will have an additional 5 to wrap up. We have at least 40 cards. We are going to be here quite late. So I want all of you to know that we have read the commission hearings and the proceedings and the transcripts, as well as the letters that have come forward. So if you are welcome to speak, but we will be here very late, and I want to make sure that we are concise, we're succinct, and for those, again, that is in the audience, please be respectful so that we have an opportunity to run this meeting as efficiently as possible. Okay, Ms. Armour.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The item in front of you tonight is the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of the project proposed by Shane Arters of LP Acquisitions to build a new 2-story office building at the corner of Alberta Way and Los Gatos Saratoga Road. Planning Commission first reviewed this project in August of 2016. At the 2 planning commissions in August, there was discussion which resulted in a continuance with specific direction. In particular, that direction included recommendation that they reduce the building size, that they revise the design so that it would be in better keeping with the neighborhood, and some interest in some changes to the street width and configuration. Revised plans were submitted in February, slightly modified again in March, and those were then reviewed by Planning Commission at their meeting on May 10th of 2017, where they voted to deny the project. The applicant has appealed that decision as of May 19th, based primarily on findings 1 and 3, that there was an error or abuse of discretion on the part of the Planning Commission, and that an issue or policy over which the Commission did not have discretion to modify or address. The written materials from the neighbors show, as well as the attendance here this evening, that they are still very concerned about the project, about its size, traffic, and environmental impacts. Town staff has asked our consultants, the consultants that were hired by the town, to attend tonight to answer any technical questions that you might have. In addition to the planning department, Parks and Public Works staff, we also have representatives from AMAC Foster Wheeler, that's the town's geotechnical consultant, and EMC, our environmental consultant, as well as numerous consultants that I believe the applicant has as well. This concludes staff's presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, council members, questions of staff at this time? Okay, so we are now going to proceed with our public hearing. I ask the applicant's team to come forward. If you could introduce yourselves, and just a reminder, we will have 10 minutes cumulatively for your team.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Alicia Guerra with Buckhalter, attorney for LP Acquisitions, the applicant for the appeal. We filed the appeal to challenge the Planning Commission's actions on May 10th, the denial of the conditional use permit, the refusal to certify the EIR, and the architecture and site approval. First, I'm going to give you some brief background. Jennifer provided you with an overview as to the basis of our findings. I'm not going to reiterate the materials we submitted. It was pretty lengthy. You have those in front of you, but I'm going to give you a brief explanation about the background of the property, the project, and then I also want to touch on 5 key points raised in the staff report regarding the basis for the appeal. Regarding the property, there's an office building there today. It's about 50 years old, and the office building is not up to modern standards. LP Acquisitions is proposing to replace it. The property is currently zoned for highway commercial. It's office with office for the proposed project. The project itself originally involved 92,000 plus or minus square feet. It's now been reduced to 83,000 square feet, net rentable square feet at the Planning Commission's direction. Further revisions were made to consolidate the 2 buildings into 1 building. Staff recommended EIR certification for that larger project as well as for the modified version, and the project proceeded to Planning Commission. The changes that were made, I think, are worth just kind of highlighting here on this slide regarding the revisions. The single most issue for Planning Commission, as I understand it, was the concern the project was too big. Replacing office with office, even though the project itself was less than your current rules, the general plan, the zoning that applies to the property, in some respects actually less than certain elements of the existing building. Nonetheless, Planning Commission felt because my client reduced the building by only 9,000 square feet versus the third that they requested at prior Planning Commission meetings, therefore the whole project had to be denied. So these were changes that were made to actually reflect most of the requested revisions Planning Commission asked for. So we filed our appeal based on the 2 findings that Ms. Armour indicated for an error and abuse of discretion, and also because Planning Commission changed the rules that this council has adopted with respect to how the rules are applied, even for conditional use permits for projects that do comply with the general plan, zoning, and commercial design guidelines. We're not appealing anything related to any new information. All of the information that was before you this evening stacks. It's a 1,000-page staff report. It's the same information that was before the Planning Commission, and we're asking you to consider that information this evening. So there are 5 key reasons that the staff report noted as the basis for appeal. One of the real issues is, as I mentioned, the project was too big. There's a concern about excavating a parking garage is somehow causing flooding to the neighbors. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Purported non-compliance with the community expectations element of the general plan and zoning and commercial design guidelines. A 4th issue of traffic and effects on emergency vehicle access. So Items 2 and 4 were based on an EIR the Planning Commission refused to certify. So we're going to talk about the procedural issue with that. And then the 5th one is purported general plan inconsistencies. Before we get to the substantive issues, I want to just emphasize that, you know, we believe we followed the rules, the town's rules. We respect those rules. This whole process has been about following the rules. We didn't ask to change anything. Planning Commission, however, decided, notwithstanding those rules, that they were going to pick and choose the ones that applied to this project. But unfortunately, they never adopted findings to actually indicate what the basis was for the denial of the conditional use permit based on some findings that they did decide or criteria they applied. And they also changed the sequence and the rules of how CEQA applies in this process, also that they were sort of stuck in a box and couldn't do anything but deny the project. So we want to talk about what that basis, what that means with respect to the Planning Commission erring and abusing its discretion here. So with respect to the size issue, we understand that this is a conditional use permit. The town certainly has discretion as to how it applies its rules for a project. We didn't change the rules, we were applying them. As I indicated, this project complies with most of those rules. There is a question about square footage. Planning Commission, however, took all of those rules and redefined what managing community expectations means from your general plan, your zoning, and your commercial design guidelines, and said, nope, we're only going to focus on the square footage. You reduced it 9,000 square feet. That's not good enough for us. You're denied. That's not in your rules. In fact, even for purposes of measuring the size of a project, it's based on FAR, it's based on overall density, it's based on a whole bunch of criteria, many of which this project is actually less than the existing building. So again, that was the first issue, and that's where we believe the Planning Commission erred and abused its discretion by not considering all of these elements that are things that are reflected in your rules as to how you apply whether or not a project complies with the commercial design guidelines and your general plan policies. So the second issue is really also related to the 4th issue about environmental impacts. So what's the point of an environmental impact report? You disclose to the public what the impacts are of a project. That's what this EIR did from your consultants with expert information from extensive analyses performed over several years. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission said, we don't even want to get to the EIR. We have concerns that the neighbors have raised about this very, very speculative worst-case flooding condition if you excavate a 2-level parking garage, that somehow means the EIR is inadequate. But we're not going to get there. We're not going to look at the EIR itself. We're just going to deny the project first. Then we'll get to the EIR question, because now we don't need to certify the EIR because we're already going to deny the project. And under CEQA, you don't have to prepare an EIR to deny a project. Well, that's kind of turning CEQA on its head, because if, on the one hand, the Planning Commission's using information that it said was inadequate as the basis to point out issues that our environmental impact report identified, then really that EIR should have been certified as adequate because it pointed out the impacts. That's the process. That's what you do an EIR for, and disclosed how you could fix those impacts to a less than significant level. I will also note that in this case, the applicant voluntarily agreed to prepare an EIR even though all the impacts were mitigated to a less than significant level. In any event, the Planning Commission refused to certify the EIR after it made a pre-decisional determination it would deny the project first so it wouldn't have to get to the EIR question. We believe that's an error and abuse of discretion. It's the same problem with the traffic impacts and the effects on emergency vehicle access. Yes, we totally understand there are traffic impacts. We all live with it in the Bay Area. That's the reality we live with. But the EIR disclosed that, and some of the concerns that the neighbors raised and that the Planning Commission subsequently endorsed are things that are beyond the control of this project. Those too were disclosed in the EIR, but the Planning Commission refused to certify the EIR because the impacts were disclosed. So in the end, we believe that there really wasn't a basis to change the rules, change state law, change the rules that the town applies in the town's own policies. And while the Planning Commission is delegated the authority to make decisions or make recommendations to you, they kind of changed how you've formulated those policies and those rules. And that's why we filed our appeal. So with respect to many of these features that were included in the project, they were for the benefit of the Los Gatos community to address community expectations. Planning Commission chose not to consider them. They focused on certain features that addressed the concern of the public in the particular neighborhood. These were some of the features that they overlooked: the TDM, the community shuttle, community transit, and various features that parking, shuttle, transit access for the neighborhood and for residents in Los Gatos. And my client has also agreed to voluntarily be subject to a condition imposing that requirement. So with all of this information, we respectfully request that you consider our appeal, grant the appeal, and decide to certify the EIR. You have the information, and to approve the project.
Let's see if you have any questions. Any questions of the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you very much.
We have our team here too to answer any questions.
Okay.
If you
and
have
as
any.
we mentioned, you'll have 5 minutes at the end of the public hearing.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so similar to the previous hearings, I'm going to start off with 3, and I'm going to indicate who will be following. So if you could just be ready when you hear your name. The first speaker will be Suzanne Noble, Angelia Dorner, and then Marietta Rhines. Suzanne Noble. Oh, okay. She's here.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Noble. I live at the Commons, and I have lived in Los Gatos since 1960. So I've seen a lot of change, and I've lived in various parts of this town. Lots of changes to our little town since 1960, and I've paid a lot of taxes. Mostly the changes have been accomplished through compromise and mutual respect. Something to consider at this moment. I've asked to speak to you tonight to draw your attention to a desk item. This is a letter to you from the attorney representing the Commons, Las Casitas, the Pueblo de los Gatos, and Bella Vista Village, the 4 residential complexes on Alberto Way. Rachel Mansfield Howlett has presented in this letter her comments on the applicant's appeal of the Planning Commission, the unanimous rejection of 401-409. I like that I'm first here because I follow this letter follows exactly what you just heard from the developer's attorney. Should you have any questions of Ms. Howlett, please feel free to call her. Her information, contact information is here in this letter, which you all have. Personally, I urge you to reject the project, as do many of your constituents. Take the seniors and the children of Alberto Way into consideration and prove that we deserve to be a World Health Organization age-friendly community. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have a question, Ms. Noble, if you could stay. And just a reminder to everyone that speaks, if you could speak clearly in the mic. We are being recorded, and so it would be helpful for all that we can hear what you are saying. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So you started off talking about compromise. What do you think would be a compromise on this?
I think the compromise is to reflect something more to what the Planning Commission asked for, a reduction in size. You know, I don't know of anybody who lives on Alberto Way who does not believe that something will be built on that corner. I mean, it's what's going to happen. But we don't want that size.
Okay, thank you.
It's overwhelming to the residential area.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Noble.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Angelia Dorner, to be followed by Marietta Rhines.
Hello, Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. This is from the general plan to prevent and mitigate traffic impacts from new developments. There are conditions as far as level of service requirements for intersections and other things. And I think that what's important with this one that concerns me is that Caltrans is involved in a lot of the traffic mitigation matters that are included in this project. And I have not seen anything in writing to indicate that Caltrans is going to allow Highway 9, for instance, to be widened or the median to be changed or anything else. And until I start seeing something actually in writing from Caltrans, I really feel uncomfortable having decisions made on using those as bases for mitigations. I also think in this situation, yeah, I will. I also think that in this situation, as I mentioned earlier, the qualitative factors relating to transportation capacity really needs to be considered, especially in the situation where there is a single ingress and egress situation for this number of residents. I truly believe that they are not considered adequately in the traffic impact analysis, as those are prepared basically in isolation from anyone who could offer those kind of comments. And I also think that the cumulative issues with the traffic impact analysis, they say they're considering all these other projects, but I don't see the quantification and the correlation to the projects with the numbers that I get compared to what's in the traffic analysis reports. So generally, I have to question the validity or value of the traffic impact analyses, especially with some of the things Andrew Spiker mentioned earlier and other comments. I also am concerned that parking requirements are based on square footage. Square footage is a driving factor for a lot of other requirements that are supposed to be making a project successful. So one parking space at 235 square feet is about 353. Number of bodies should correlate to that. However, with another office development project, it was very clear that things have changed. Things have changed, and the way that people work these days is a lot different. They are lined up next to each other. Some of them even have little eggs instead of offices so they could do their stuff in their safe space. The way that office places are organized and managed are very, very different than what is currently being used, especially if it's going to be a tech-related building. So I just believe that the Planning Commission did give appropriate denial because subjective standards definitely outweighed the objective
Thank you, Ms.
standards.
Dorner.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? Thank you. Marietta Rhines, to be followed by Loretta Fowler. And if I do mispronounce your name, please feel free to correct me.
My name is Marietta Riney. I live at 449 Alberta Way. Architecture can be done well or badly. By architecture, I don't mean just the facade, the balconies, or the articulation. In designing a building, you use architectural principles to analyze what makes a good building. You analyze what makes a good building in a particular place. You analyze what makes a good building for this particular body of people. The 401-405 Alberta Way project has lost sight of these principles. This building is being crammed onto the site. When asked by the Planning Commission to significantly reduce the size of the building, The reduction in size was minimal, with a sleight of hand reduction in mass volume, not in appreciable square footage. How deceptive and disingenuous. The developer's response when asked why he ignored the Planning Commission's recommendation was that the project would not be economically feasible. Let's remind everyone that making sure a project is economically feasible for the developer is not the responsibility of the Planning Commission or the Town Council. The body of people this building should serve well is the Los Gatos community, including the Alberto Way residents. All the letters, emails, and 3-minute talks from the Alberto Way neighbors and community at large have enumerated how this project will adversely affect our community. Actually, it will have an immense negative impact on the residents of the Los Gatos Commons, a senior independent community, the Pueblo Los Gatos, Casitas, and the Bella Vista Village. Our community at large has been fed a lot of happy talk by the developer, the latest of which is the bright, shiny object of a free shuttle. It is a stretch of the imagination to think that a shuttle that will move approximately 31 people 1/2 hour every day in the middle of the day around town, and that will in any way address the impact of up to 400 auto trips 2 times a day into and away from our town. This is a lame attempt to address the increased traffic congestion which this project will only greatly exacerbate. Does he really believe we are going to fall for this ploy? In closing, you, the Town Council, are charged to act responsibly in the best interest of the Los Gatos community. I ask you to do that and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Loretta Fowler, to be followed by Louis Darrow.
I am Loretta Fowler, a retired anthropology professor, and I live at Los Gatos Commons. There is an alternative to the proposed project that has received support from the Planning Commission, the consulting architect, Larry Cannon, and the residents of Alberto Way. 3 buildings with a combined square footage of 45,000 square feet. The Planning Commission encouraged the developer to take inspiration from an alternative design described in the EIR. The EIR states that CEQA guidelines require consideration of alternatives, even if that makes a project more costly or less profitable. The alternative that the Commission and residents focused on was Alternative 1, Option 2, the existing square footage plan, which replaced the existing buildings with others totaling 31,000 square feet. The EIR concluded that this plan would have less potential environmental impact than the proposed project. In the area of geology, soil, hydrology, our properties would not be damaged. And by the way, the attorney who spoke's incorrect. We aren't complaining that we're going to be flooded. We're complaining of cracking of slabs and breaking of pipes. Our views of the Santa Cruz Mountains would not be blocked with this Alternative 1, Option 2, and there would be less traffic impact. The developer's objectives for the project could be largely met by this plan, the EIR states. For example, a blend with neighboring properties, compliance with the general plan, Class A buildings that meet LEED standards, and enhanced pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. The Planning Commission suggested that a 45,000 square foot project would be appropriate, and Cannon Design recommended multiple small-scale buildings. The developer has never been asked by neighborhood representatives not to build anything or not to make a profit, yet he has refused to seriously consider the effects of an 83,000 square foot building and 2-story underground garage on the neighborhood and its residents. His project is hugely too big for Alberto Way, and there is no office building south of Lark anywhere near that size. We urge you to support the Planning Commission's denial of the proposed project. And if there is to be development on the site, we ask you to support a 3-building, 45,000 square foot project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Next speaker, Louis Darrow, followed by Nick Garnett.
Hi, I'm Louis Darrow. I'm a homeowner on Alberta Way. I'm a homeowner on Alberta Way. The proposed office building was presented to the Planning Commission twice and was unanimously rejected by the Commission and 400 plus residents of Alberta Way in the whole street. There's 4 developments there. The scale and mass of the building is an overwhelming problem. It doesn't match with anything in the area. It's at the base of the mouth of the street. Excuse me. It's at the mouth of the street. It's adding significant traffic. You have idling cars. That hasn't been addressed anywhere. You have 400 cars that are idling, waiting to get on the street. This is an air pollution quality. This is an air control quality. You have older people who have emphysema and other issues on the street. It's not a good situation. Anybody who lives in Los Gatos knows what happens in the summertime when the traffic backs up. You close the exit at the end of the street in Los Gatos. Everybody takes Highway 9 right where Alberta Way comes in. The gridlock backs up to Los Gatos Boulevard, and you're going to add 400 more cars to that? The deceptiveness of the deceptiveness of the developer comes through when he came to our project meetings, and they said they really didn't care what we thought. They're doing this project anyway. This was a public statement that was made. The developer has also said he's got a bike lane they're developing. There's no bike lanes on Los Gatos on Highway 9. It's a dangerous place to go. It's a death trap to ride your bike across the 17 exits. There was a bike lane to nowhere, basically. This is what we were provided with. Now there's a bus. We had hearings with the board. It was unanimously rejected on terms of scale. There was no building a compromise. And now all of a sudden, after everything's been rejected, we hear about this great shuttle bus. Well, the developer also forgot to mention details that how the lanes were reduced so they could fit more turning lanes in. This is a huge bus. You know what? Nobody can see over this bus. It's big enough and wide enough, you can't even get 2 cars in the turning lanes with this bus, the way the lanes were diminished in size. So all of the promises that were made, all of the facts that were talked about, the first woman who came up and talked about how this is the same as the office building, this is better than the office building they replaced. The buildings that were replaced were usable buildings for the community. There were architects' offices, planning offices, dentist offices, lawyers' offices, integral parts of the fabric of the community. What we're getting is a closed office building, a massive 93,000, 83,000, massive building that the public and the people in Los Gatos are not involved in. We're not allowed in that building. It's private property. It's a massive hole at the front of the street that's going to cause congestion and additional traffic problems for Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Garnett, to be followed by Marilyn Basham.
Hi, I'm Nick Garnett. I'm a resident of the Los Gatos Commons, and the kind of topic that I'm going to address has already been mentioned briefly, that of the view, and I just have 3 photographs to show you that are based on the original orange story poles. I believe those were for the 93,000 square foot building, but I believe the 83,000 square foot building would have about the same sight lines. So basically you can see here that I believe there's a contention that the view wasn't blocked. Well, as you can see, even if the building was a little lower than that, they would still block the views of the mountains behind. And I walk this up every day with my little dog. And I walk by this, and I do really enjoy the view of the mountains. Here's another view, just moving a little bit up the road. And you can see the existing building, and you can see the fact that you can see the trees behind it. And this particular point of view, you don't really see the mountains behind it anyway, but you can see the trees, and those would be completely blocked. And finally, there's this one. And it's the same story. The building is going to block the view. And and beyond that, I just frankly think the looks of that monolithic building are hideous. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Basham, to be followed by Victoria Rufanova.
Greetings. My name is Marilyn Basham. I'm actually the voice of many of my disabled neighbors who couldn't be here tonight, but they called and asked me to also be their voice to speak on their behalf. We live at the Los Gatos Commons, an independent senior community that shares a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood with 65 children and their families. Many of the residents of Los Gatos recently received a slick brochure touting the 405 proposed development, along with a sketchy promise of a shuttle bus. Of course the downtown businesses would grab at this shuttle bus, anything to help diminish the traffic gridlock. But they're being manipulated and exploited along with the rest of this town. If this development is approved, who would be thrown underneath that shuttle bus? Seniors. 50% of the population of Alberta Way are seniors. In particular, the seniors of Los Gatos Commons, with their retirement investments in their condos, would suffer financially. A traffic-dense street with constant gridlock would make Los Gatos Commons an undesirable senior real estate location. Who else would be thrown underneath the shuttle bus? Children. Many of the children of Alberta Way walk and ride their bikes, but if that 2-level underground garage is approved, the entrance-exit would be an accident just waiting to happen. There would be so much queuing that anxious drivers would be tempted to make risky left-hand turns into the garage, and the same would be true for the traffic stacking up underground. What else would be thrown underneath the bus? The Planning Commission. The Planning Commission's thorough and serious investigation of this project. After a year-long study, the Planning Commission correctly concluded unanimously to deny this project. And finally, and most important, what else would be thrown underneath the shuttle bus? Our values, our traditions. We have always been about small town character and preserving our unique neighborhoods and protecting our children. We cannot forget, even under the stress of gridlock, who we are and what we value. No, Los Gatos is not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Rufanova, to be followed by Roman Rufanova.
Thank you very much for listening to us. And I'm resident, my name is Victoria Rufanova, and I'm resident of 435 Alberta Way. And I want just to emphasize that, again, this is a very small street, one exit. And we have like half residents are senior residents. And we have about 60 kids in all our street. And it includes that we have to go to all 3 schools in walking distance, so a lot of kids just walk there. To high school, to middle school, to elementary school. We have to take care going to a doctor. On Saturday, for example, when traffic is crazy and you have sick kid in the car, or during the day, or we have to take care going with kids around. And this new building, it just threatens all little people and older people because they're not that fast. And even now, with people going through our street to these offices located at the very end, in the morning you have to watch what's going on. Are your kids safe to cross the street or not? And it's sort of normal, right? But at a certain age, kids want to be independent and they feel embarrassed if mommy stands around, right? So there are a lot of things to consider here. And I believe that 400 employees for this huge building, that's a little bit too much for this residential area. If it would be decreased to like 60,000 feet, that might be better. And again, another issue, privacy. Like our complex is directly adjacent to the proposed site. And they have a second floor, which just directly looks into our complex. And that's not something which you would appreciate on people looking into your private life. And there are some other issues too. And again, everybody will speak about it. But please think about those people who live there, because increasing the traffic, like you're actually doubling the amount of people who will be there through the day. And it makes it very hard for older people and for younger people. And we just really believe that you can support us residents who is paying taxes and who really want to live here long enough, so to see our kids to finish, to graduate, to be part of the community. Because what I see now, too much lies, I'm sorry, or straighten up truth. I don't know how you want to put it. Again, I don't believe this bus will solve anything, rather than it's very hard to, with my minivan, to maneuver around this bus when I'm driving somewhere, because it just blocks the street. It's huge. It's not like the small shuttles or something. No, it's huge. And like other issues, again, everybody will talk, you will hear it, but please, in your heart, think about the town, because I believe those great buildings are not belongs to small Los Gatos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roman Rufanov, to be followed by John Middlestedt.
Hello. Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Dear Town Council, I would like to address a couple of the issues. You will hear them, similar variations through the whole night. But first of all, I would like to address the fact that, Planning Commission overstepped the boundaries and made a frivolous decision. I don't think so. There are certain rules which were violated, for example, in the commercial design guidelines, and I'm going to read several lines so you guys clear on how contradictory the proposed design is versus the rules. So, for example, page 7 of Commercial Design Guidelines, section 1.3, purpose. Maintain a building scale that is consistent with a small scale image of the town. All right? So 93,000 or 83,000 is non-consistent, and there is no other building of a similar size in area. Okay, so the current building, I believe, is about 31 square feet. Okay. Second, page number 7 of the same Commercial Design Guidelines, section 1.4. Community expectations, maintenance of the existing small town feel. Okay, adding 400 cars and 2-story underground garage is not a small town feel in any manner. Next one, page number 7, section 1.3. Purpose, protect property owner investments by discouraging inappropriate adjustment development. Let me show you the picture from that document. Again, the document is Commercial Design Guidelines. This is effectively to the scale what's going to happen. Right now, the view from a second floor of the proposed building will be directly into bedrooms, into backyards of the Las Casitas condominiums. So I can see the second floor, the person from the second floor can see me. This is direct violation of of the rules which adopted by Los Gatos. All right, so I will address one more point, and one more point is there is flawed ER. So the complaint and the concern which we have that we hired independent hydrologist, and you guys have the report, and the reasonable estimation that the current proposed 2-story underground parking will cause a settlement of about 1/2 to 3/8 of an inch in Las Casitas. That means broken pipes, cracked slabs, for which there is nobody is going to pay. There should be no unmitigated financial impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Middlestedt, to be followed by Dan Hall.
Thank you. I am John Middlestedt, and I live in the Commons as well.
I'm a 39-year resident of Los Gatos. The Commons is 110 units for seniors, and it's not an old folks home, it's for independent living. And that includes a lot of walking. And it's a place that allowed me, really, when my wife passed away, I was up on Marchmont Drive, allowed me to stay in Los Gatos. I was willing to pay for a market level condominium. At the time in 2012, a 3-bedroom condo behind the Courtside or on Winchester, they were listed for $675 or so. I was in 5th place on both of them. They went for $750. At the time, I bought one in the Commons for $500. That allowed me to maintain my independence and stay in Los Gatos. What the question would be, if you deny this appeal, what else would go there? I'd like to propose that you think about rezoning that spot for residential and encouraging the development of more senior level living. I'll just take one example. If it were $45,000, and I think you could do more if you went with a single level garage, but with no underground garage, 45,000 square feet would get you 33 bedroom units. I know it wouldn't wind up that way, but for example, those are going for $700,000 at the Commons now. That means 30 units would be a $21 million project. There ought to be money in that for someone. I don't know if Mr. Lamb would be interested in that. He'd probably do 2 Menlo Park houses and do the same retail sale of that. But I do think that there are a lot of advantages, including retail. The people, if we did it right, that would come in there would be seniors like me, leaving homes for a 3 to 5 family person that would spend a lot more money than the people moving down to the new senior place. So more tax revenue, there's win-wins for a lot of people. I hope you read my letter, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan Hall, followed by Randy Everman.
Hello, thanks for letting me have a minute here. My name is Dan Hall, and I'm here in support of the project. I think it's a great opportunity for the town to get rid of this eyesore. It's an old building, and this is a chance to upgrade the look of the town. It's a beautiful project, beautiful building, designed to modern-day LEED standards. And I think it's a great opportunity to bring some well-paying jobs, bring business to town, and bring some revenue to the town as well. And I strongly encourage you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Everman, followed by Rick Bell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm a 15, oh, thought it was there. Pull the fast one on there. So I'm a 15-year resident of Los Gatos, as well as having the opportunity to have worked on a couple of development projects, including Old Town as well as Kings Court for Federal Realty. So I've been both on the developer and residential side. I'm speaking in support of this project because I think it's doing a couple of things. One, it's replacing old buildings with new buildings. It's also working within the existing zoning that it is zoned. There was an interesting point about town considering rezoning, but town hasn't rezoned, so it is currently zoned for office. I think this is a good and reasonable use for that. There's also a lot of conversation about traffic mitigation. As a resident that has to fight through downtown and come down Los Gatos Boulevard at 5:30 tonight, I understand about traffic. But because this is situated so close to the highway, the ability to get on and off the highway without having to bifurcate the town, I think is an important consideration. I would also add that there was a comment earlier, and I'll try not to be too editorial about this, that the council doesn't have a responsibility to, financial ramifications of developers, I think is incorrect. I think the town council is here to consider both sides, not just singular sides of this. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Bell, followed by Don Eaton.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rick Bell, and I initially had moved to Los Gatos in 1992 and have owned a couple of properties in town since that time, and I am also a supporter of 405 Alberta Way. I can appreciate that there are a lot of moving parts to this project, but in the interest of time, I just wanted to focus on really one concept. I have watched this project from the onset, and with respect to size, mass, and setbacks, I think a lot of changes have taken place. And I know that there's been a lot of interaction between the developer and the residents in particular on the court, and I think there has been some movement on that. And I think it's reflected in the design when I personally look at it. I'm also familiar with the original design as it was applied for originally and where it stands now. And from my perspective, the best I can tell, the project meets all the rules of the town, and it even exceeds all of the GP guidelines, zoning, and commercial design guidelines in some cases. So I'm here in support of the project tonight, and I consider it a smart project. I think it's an attractive building, and I'm hopeful that you will support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Eaton, followed by George, I think it's Cornick or Connick.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Don Eaton. I know that you're here to make Los Gatos a better community. I know that you're here to build community. I know that you do your homework in terms of exercising sound judgment, in terms of using common sense, in terms of developing a general plan and having a thorough zoning code. The applicant tonight has complied with those rules and wants to make an improvement to Los Gatos. You know, where land is at such a premium, this is actually a very good location. It's right at a corner. It's a prime corner. It's not just Alberta Way, but it's also the major streets that it intersects with. It's right off Highway 17. The location is actually at the entry to Alberta Way. You know, people aren't going to go clear back in there where most of the residents live. So that shouldn't be exaggerated, probably. It's been attractively designed to fit a feel of Los Gatos. The applicants were given models of other buildings to follow, and the architect did that. In today's world, and I recognize this is all relative, but 2 stories is hardly massive. If it were 3 or 4 or 5 stories, that's different. And underground parking, you don't even see it. The AR has recognized that the impacts of this project are negligible. They're conquerable if they're, I mean, there's no perfect project, but has recognized those impacts and has allowed for them. On top of that, this particular project brings community benefits. You know, you've got signalization, you've got bike lanes, you've got traffic safety enhancements, and you get a free shuttle bus. That's not the be-all, end-all, but it's certainly a very positive thing that's going to benefit not just the businesses downtown, it's going to benefit residents who also have access to that. And they also get some free parking when in non-business time use. So in looking for ways to enhance Los Gatos, to complement Los Gatos, I think this project is a winner. And therefore I'd urge you to approve it. It's a beautiful project. It's a beautiful improvement to the area, and I think that it'll make Los Gatos better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. George Connick, followed by John Gunderson.
Hello, my name is George Connick, and I'm the general manager of the Walgreens over on North Santa Cruz Avenue, and I just wanted to speak on behalf of the 405 project. And with the bus, the way that it is situated as far as a free community service bus, I thought that that would help local businesses, and I just wanted to come here and share my support with that, so that we could try to relieve some of the congestion, because I'm there on Saturdays when everyone's lined up to go to the beach and everything like that. And I thought with that bus service that's free to everyone, whether it's high school kids or the community behind the proposed building, it would be something that would help alleviate a little bit of the traffic. I know it's not going to go away, but I just felt like it was something that the council would consider. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Gunderson, followed by Dan Hall.
Hi there. My name is John Gunderson. I'm here in support of the project. I think the development team has done an excellent job of not only designing what works for the town of Los Gatos, but addressing all of the questions that the residents had and also the Planning Commission had. I do sympathize with a lot of the comments that the residents have made. I understand your situation. However, a lot of the statements at this point, based on the changes that have been made in the design, are incorrect. And I think that, meeting the requirements of the project is really what the staff of Lamb Partners has done, and I think that you guys should support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. I had earlier called to Dan Hall. Unless there's two, I'm going to skip that name since you spoke already. Next one is Thomas Dunn, to be followed by Ron Tate.
Good evening. My name's Thomas Dunn. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for 40 years, raised my family here, and they've all moved on after school and got their own jobs, and I've semi-retired here in Los Gatos over on Alberta Way. I live at 420 Alberta Way, and it is directly across the street from the project. Our street, if you're not aware of it, which you probably have heard, it's a dead-end street. And there are 4 residential developments on that street. There's 221 homeowners, and they're made up, as have you seen this evening, seniors, baby boomers, retirees, and couples with families and children. The reason most of us moved here was, I think for the same reason, was what the town attracts and what the town is about. The small town feeling, the safe, quiet neighborhood, friendly people that are in town, and the views, obviously, of the Santa Cruz, Los Gatos Mountains, sunrises, sunsets. There's no value, there's no price you can put on what you're getting with that. If the project is approved, all of this is going to go away. It's going to be blocked. And I'm not saying that we don't want anything here. We are in favor of development. The project across the street has been there for a long time, the properties, but we've all voiced our concerns and suggestions to be able to reduce that and put it with what the Planning Commission has suggested, other proposals of reducing the size of the property and having it to blend a little bit more into the residential area. The project could probably be good if it was in Silicon Valley, Cupertino, where you're putting a large building there. Reason that I'm opposed to it is that the property is just too big. It's not compatible with the neighborhood. The bulk is 3 times the current size, so it's 3 times what's currently there. It blocks the views, as you've already been able to see. The car traffic you've already heard about going up and down the street. Main thing is that it isn't in compliance with the Los Gatos 2020 general plan, and it states, and I quote, Project shall possess a village scale and character which is sensitive to scale and livability of the adjacent resident neighborhood. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the scale, character, or livability. I'd like you to take a moment and think about your home, the street you live on, the beautiful views you may have or of the valley or of the mountains, and look up and see an 83,000 square foot concrete building in your face. It just doesn't fit. I encourage you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Tate, to be followed by Nick, I think it's Kasakia?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Ron Tate. My address is 22 South Santa Cruz Avenue, Los Gatos, the beautiful town of Los Gatos. I should be speaking against this project because I have Class A office, and they're bringing 80,000 square feet of Class A office to Los Gatos. Los Gatos vacancy in Class A office is about 1%. I'm in favor of the project for several reasons. First of all, I believe that it's going to make the commute better and not worse, because we'll have people in Los Gatos who can go to work nearby instead of having to commute into San Jose or other areas. I'm almost 82 years old, and I'm a senior, so I have a very, very fond feeling for seniors. However, I work 7 days a week, so I stay young. And I will tell you that I bet you in any amount of money that there will be seniors who will take up occupation in these new buildings. And the other situation is, what I'm really concerned about is Los Gatos currently had about $1.5 million legal bills for denying a project that met the general plan. It met all the criteria. Yeah, the buildings are larger than the buildings that are there, but the general plan and the zoning allows for it. And these people, matter of fact, I just met the developer for the first time tonight. I'm not a hired hand or a consultant. I've been in the development business for 57 years. That's all I've known for many, many years. And I've been faced with projects like this where there's been neighborhood resistance, and we always try to overcome it. I know they're offering a shuttle, which some people say is no big deal, but it is a big deal. And they can take these people for lunch and other activities from the site, and they've gone a long ways. I've followed the plan through the three times being bounced through the planning commission, and there's such a thing as, I'm sorry to say it, but there's such a thing called constitutional rights. When you follow the rules, you are entitled to some sort of approval. I'm not preaching to you. Your city attorney will do that for you much better than me. But anyway, I strongly recommend you support this project. I don't want to see Los Gatos get into another legal triangle because, it's something where people spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, traffic reports, environmental studies, acoustical studies, geographic studies, and this time comes when you have to give a project approval when, in fact, it's not in violation of any of the rules. So thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
Thank you.
Good.
Nick please correct me. Kasacha. And then Melanie Kemp.
Hi, my name's Nick. I've lived in Los Gatos my entire life, 23 years, and I'm in support of the 405 Alberta Way project for the following reasons. From an economical standpoint, it is of much higher tax base, so we are going to bring in much more revenue to the town's general fund, which we can use on programs like the Los Gatos High School that my family has benefited from. And it's also going to boost local businesses with the influx of people who are going to be working at this new development, are going to go out to lunch, they're going to be spending their money and boosting the business locally in downtown. From an environmental perspective, this building meets the highest thresholds. It's LEED certified. They've implemented 27 electric vehicle charging stations and 35 bike stalls to encourage sustainable transportation methods. Lastly, the developer has gone further and offered other community benefits, such as the shuttle, which from the last couple of days when they did the trial runs, there were about 74 Los Gatos High School students, freshmen who don't have their driver's licenses, that were able to utilize that to go downtown and shop and hang out like I was able to do in high school. So it's very helpful when you have a shuttle and when you're not able to drive. And lastly, in terms of Alberta Way itself, the developer has proposed to widen it, to add in bike lanes and other sustainable things like, extra trees and beautiful landscaping to kind of go a little bit beyond just a kind of a concrete jungle. So yeah, those are the reasons I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Kemp, to be followed by Breton Saunders.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Melanie Kemp, and I'm one of 221 residents who reside on Alberta Way that is greatly affected by the proposed project at 405 Alberta Way. More importantly, I'm a small voice in a sea of voices pleading for the town council to reassess its decision-making process. You have only to make a review of the correspondence that you've been submitted to the council recently, or look at the comments on our social website, Nextdoor Los Gatos, or hear the pleas at this podium tonight, or even talk with the staff reporter from the Los Gatos Weekly who's closely monitoring this hearing tonight to see that there's a tectonic shift in public opinion on the governance of our town. So let's look at the process and see where this system may be breaking down and why there is so much unrest and dissatisfaction in this community regarding future growth and development. Historically, the Planning Commission has put in place a detailed and exhaustive process to review all aspects of every applicant to ensure the safety and well-being of its residents and preserve the unique ambience of our charming town. In recent projects submitted to the town for review, the North 40 and the 341 Bella Vista Avenue specifically, the Planning Commission spent years reviewing hundreds of pages of public reports and painstakingly listened to hours upon hours of personal testimony from professional experts and local residents. After exhaustive review, the Planning Commission denied both of those applications. Unfortunately, in both of those cases, those decisions were wiped out in one town council hearing, just like this one. So that really does beg the question, if every applicant who is rejected by the Planning Commission automatically has the option to file an appeal to the town council, does this not undermine the authority of the Planning Commission? And here we are again. You have before you an application for 405 Alberta Way that has been reviewed by the Planning Commission in 2 separate proceedings over the past year and a half, and was unanimously rejected by the Planning Commission in May of this year. That again is being appealed to this town council tonight, who holds the ultimate and final authority to approve this project. The developer refused to make any reductions to his 83,000 square foot behemoth, and now is asking you to approve the project with the lure of a slick brochure mailed to thousands of local residents and a tentative plan for a 31-seat shuttle bus. With the privilege of a democracy comes the opportunity for our citizens to choose who will govern us, and it is the public's right and responsibility to hold this governing body accountable for its decisions. In the upcoming town council election next year, we will make our voices heard loudly and clearly. We're putting faith in you to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this appeal. We trust you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Breton Saunders, followed by Mark Carnathan.
Good evening. My name is Brett Saunders, and I live on Cuesta de los Gatos in the Bella Vista village area with my 2 daughters and my wife, and I apologize. My daughters have kept me awake since 3 a.m., so I'll try to be simple and brief. Mr. Leonardis, you spoke about history tonight and wanting to preserve the history of Los Gatos. I've been a resident here for now 2 years, and how I will remember Los Gatos so far is one with a lot of traffic congestion. Let's see if I can make this work. Is there an obvious way to put this on the screen?
Mr. Saunders, if you could use the mic.
I'm hoping to put this on the screen here. This is my walk to work in the morning. I start out from Alberta Way, which is, and then cross 17. Hopefully I'm actually going in the right direction. And end up, I'm afraid it's flipped around, end up on Santa Cruz Avenue where I take the bus to work in the morning. Now the problem I have with that walk is it's actually chokingly difficult to breathe because of car exhaust on that walk. And I think that increasing the traffic in this area is going to prove more problematic. It's going to make it more difficult for people to breathe. And I think that we will be voting to actually make our history perhaps a little bit less nice by having further cars on the road here. Now, I took the liberty earlier, I didn't prepare remarks, of looking up square feet for an employee. And if you can see that, the interesting bit is sort of more down here at the bottom, that actually decreasing square foot per, forget it. Google square foot per employee for yourself. The current estimate is somewhere below 150 and around about 150 square feet per employee. I work for a large tech company. It's actually more like around 75. I will let you guys do the division. Let's just work with 100. That's 830 odd more people coming in. Since I've moved here from England, I've noticed that very few people drive. That realistically is probably more like around 700 more cars coming into Los Gatos in the morning. And they're not going to fit in the parking spaces there. And they're going to spill over. And they're going to block up parking for our local businesses. So your capacity will be reduced. I urge you to vote against this because I think we don't have the capacity for it, nor do we want to have this level of traffic and smog in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Carnathan, followed by Brian Granum.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Carnathan. I'm here in support of the project. I'm a 35-year resident of Los Gatos, and I plan on retiring here. I have homes in the Almond Grove and I also on the north end of town. I also am in the construction business. I'm in the concrete construction business, and I started the business here 36 years ago. And we specialize in subterranean parking garages. And I can assure you, if Mr. Lamb, who I've worked with before, will build the project utilizing the most sophisticated construction techniques, which will minimize the delays and the inconvenience to the local people. So I'd just like to give my support and my expertise in concrete construction, and thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Brian Granum, followed by Sherry Burke.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Los Gatos, and I support the 405 Alberta Way project, and here's why. The objectives of this project meet all the town's rules, complies with the town's general plan, zoning code, commercial design guidelines, and land use policies. The town certified the traffic impact analysis in EIR. I'd like to talk about the applicant, developer. I've known Shane Arders for over 28 years. We were friends during our youth. We graduated from the same university, and our families are still great friends today. Shane and Heather Arders are members of the Los Gatos Bicycle Racing Club, so you might see them along with their daughter Macy in her bike trailer from time to time, riding to various destinations in the West Valley. They love doing things together as a family. Shane is and has been involved in the sport of triathlon racing for over 30 years. He's a 4-time USA Triathlon national champion, and for a decade he was a member of Team USA Triathlon. It's Shane's perseverance, intelligence, and hard work ethic that allowed him to achieve many remarkable things in the sport, which are carried over into collegiate honors and then into his professional life as an audit manager at the international accounting firm of Ernst & Young. When Shane left public accounting and went into real estate development in 2004, he set a high benchmark for all to follow. He's a leader who leads by example. Every real estate project that Shane proposed and developed was feasible and delivered great community benefits. He brings a win-win mentality to every city or town. It's his determination and tenacity to do the right thing, and his hard work and confidence that resulted in great development projects being built and completed, most recently in Los Altos and in Mountain View. Why am I sharing this information to you about Shane? He's a great person to develop this project. As you've seen from him these past few years, he follows through with what he says and he keeps his promises. He cares about the town, and he wants what the town wants. A great place to live and work with lots of community benefits. You can count on him following through with every condition of approval, every detail of the construction management plan, and all the traffic demand management plans, like the free shuttle, pedestrian and bicycle programs, and rideshare programs. Shane really does care about Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Burke, followed by Kathy.
Hi, my name is Sherry Burke, and I live at 420 Alberta Way across from the proposed development. I ask that you deny the plan as it is currently proposed. I agree with the Planning Commission that at 83,000 square feet, it's too large for the neighborhood. It is expected to generate over 3 times the traffic of the current development onto our small dead-end street, and even that estimate, I believe, is too low. It's supposed to generate about 180 trips daily for the expected 400 employees or more. We are not serviced by mass transit, and it's not safe to ride a bike or walk over the Highway 17 entrance and exits, so 180 seems low. Regardless, this puts too much traffic on Alberta Way and all of the feeders to it. Highway 9, Highway 17, Los Gatos Boulevard, University Avenue, Santa Cruz Avenue, and, due to the Waze effect, even traffic from Lark and Blossom Hill. For Alberta Way residents, we have no other way in or out, no way to get around it, and will be trapped by the traffic in much the same way that the beach traffic now impacts the town. Only this will be the effect Monday through Friday every week of the year. The proposed shuttle should not be considered at all for this decision. Lamb Partners has mounted a campaign that it is the answer to any traffic problems with their development, as well as traffic problems that exist around the high school and downtown areas, and even that it will have an impact on the weekend downtown traffic. It only carries 31 people maximum, is stated to operate Monday to Friday during the middle of the day, and the route is expected to take about 30 minutes, so at most it's only a finger in the dike. It will handle few employees on their lunch hour and provide no traffic mitigation at all during peak morning and evening rush hours as the employees commute to and from work. Highway 17 and 9 are already overburdened with more traffic than they can handle at peak times of the day. Both of these roads need serious expansion to handle current traffic levels. Both are big commuter routes for residents to work and to neighborhood schools. Putting more traffic on roadways already overburdened by development of this size should not be allowed. When the general plan for this area was developed, was underground parking even a consideration? If above-ground parking was expected, could a building of this size even be proposed here? I wonder if the size of this building was even thought possible when the plan was developed. Lamb Partners has stressed that they have numerous meetings with residents to hear concerns and provide solutions. They have had meetings with residents in which they have told us what they intend to build. Whether they heard our concerns or not, they aren't willing to mitigate our biggest concerns, which are massiveness of the building, the inappropriateness of it in our neighborhood, and the overwhelming traffic it will generate, to name a few.
Thank you.
You're
I am
welcome.
going to have to cut you off. No questions. Kathy, followed by Maura Burns.
Hi. My name is Kathy, and I'm the treasurer of the HOA board at Pueblo. I'm also a member of another board as treasurer, and that's IFMA, which stands for International Facility Management Association in Silicon Valley. I work in the commercial furniture industry, and if I had my own selfish interests in mind, I would support the 405 project, as there'd be nothing better than popping out of one's front door and walking across the street to meet the needs with prospective clients who might be in need of office furniture. However, I do oppose the project for several reasons, which I will cover in a moment. But first, the free shuttle. When the developers introduced the prospect of the free cat shuttle this summer, during the peak of our traffic issues with the beach traffic, when Los Gatos was on its knees begging for traffic relief, when many of us are landlocked during the weekend or face a 1-hour trip to go a mile or two to the grocery store. I have to say, I thought it was a brilliant marketing move. Then when the glossy brochure was sent out, I said to my sales and marketing self, wow, that's amazing. So to the developers, I'll quote actor Christopher Walken, you got the moves, I give you that. Then I gave it more thought. Brilliant though the marketing concept of the free shuttle, I reminded myself that Los Gatos does have a community bus service, the 48 and 49 routes. While not free, certainly affordable to most, with fares ranging from 50 cents to $1.25 per ride. These community buses consistently serve us every day of the week for a modest fee, and while they don't travel on Highway 9, they do service both Los Gatos Boulevard, Santa Cruz Boulevard, the high school, and points beyond. These community buses hold many more people than the free shuttle, and both entities need to slog through the existing traffic to get through their routes. So unless the free shuttle can teleport us to downtown shopping, Walgreens, and Safeway, the shuttle is stuck with the same unresolved traffic issues as the rest of us. Just as an FYI, the Los Gatos High School principal yesterday mentioned in a written comment to us that they're not endorsing this project. So I'd like you to take that into consideration. Upon further thought, I realized that the shuttle is simply like a rider, let that sink in, as used in government as a tactic to help pass a provision or a bill that would not pass on its own merit. A rider typically has little connection to the bill or the provision. The town of Los Gatos needs to dismiss this rider, the CAT shuttle, proceed with the discussion of the proposed building on its own merits, or as I see it, the lack thereof. My opposition is shared by most of us on Alberta Way. It's too big, and it brings many more cars to Los Gatos and also to this one-way dead-end street. Finally, Planning Commission last year said,
Ms. Cathy, I'm
said it
going to have to cut
perfectly,
you off.
nice building, wrong location. Thank you.
Thank you. Maura Burns, followed by Jean Jones.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Maura Burns, and I'm a resident of Alberta Way. I'd like to explain why there's such potential for traffic delays if the project at 405 Alberta Way is built as proposed, and not just an exaggeration as it would be seen as somebody perhaps not living there. Consider getting out of Alberta Way. Oh, it doesn't show. Okay. Consider getting out of Alberta Way.
And Ms. Burns, why don't you take the mic so we can hear you as you're pointing.
Right. Thanks. Consider getting out of Alberta Way during the morning commute. From Pueblo de los Gatos and the motel, a driver will have to wait for cars that are entering before being themselves able to enter the roadway. There will be several clusters of cars going to the 405 driveway down here at a time. We may not experience the statistical average, but instead get many actual trips at a particular time. That is to say, clusters of cars. A driver trying to enter the roadway from the east side will have to wait for these cars to pass before being able to turn left onto Alberta Way to get to the intersection. Once at the intersection, the driver will also have to contend with the additional traffic on Los Gatos-Saratoga Road or coming straight across from the lodge. The stacking at the intersection will additionally delay drivers from Las Casitas, the Commas, and Bella Vista from coming out. Now consider trying to get out of Alberta Way during the evening rush. Drivers from Pueblo, the motel, and the dialysis center will have to wait on a line of traffic that is exiting from the 405 project to the intersection in order to make their left onto Alberta Way. Also, residents from Las Casitas, the Commons, and the up to 100 cars coming from Alberta Oaks will have to follow the project traffic to the intersection and wait and wait. Residents of Alberta Way trying to get home during the evening rush will face gridlock at the intersection, made worse by, let's estimate, 330 more cars leaving the proposed project. The Alberta Way intersection at certain times is difficult to get through as it is today. Traffic to and from the proposed project will make it harder. Driver frustration from delays could lead to entry on yellow lights at the intersection, which contributes to gridlock and could lead to accidents. Therefore, introducing over 330 cars onto Highway 17 ramps, onto Los Gatos Saratoga Road, and onto Alberta Way would increase traffic congestion in the town, making driving less safe and causing hardships to residents of Alberta Way. I'd like to add that as a designated age-friendly city, the fact that the Commons is a senior community and this project would negatively impact their transportation should be a factor in upholding the Planning Commission's decision. All 4 cone developments on Alberta Way support a project at 405 with 45,000 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Jones, followed by Claire Ferguson.
Good evening. My name is Jean Jones, and I live at the 443 Alberta Way in the Los Gatos Commons. The Los Gatos Commons is a senior restricted condominium development that was built in 1978. The town website describes it as one of the Bay Area's senior communities that offers total independent living. The Commons is disability friendly and encourages social interaction and activities. It's convenient to the Los Gatos Library, the Senior Center, the Civic Center, museums, shopping, restaurants, and walking trails. Many of us have relocated here to be near family and not have the care of, and maintenance of a large home. It's really hard to find housing where we can live independently and age in place. We are now at risk of losing our community. When I read the general plan, I felt relief that the town had a code of conduct for developers. I didn't believe, given the general plan, that the town would allow that huge building, which would overpower the neighboring residents and increase traffic considerably. It does not fit here and will change the character of the neighborhood. I would like to see the 3 existing 36,000 square feet buildings replaced with 3 buildings not to exceed a total of 45,000 square feet with above-ground parking, as was recommended unanimously by the Planning Commission. What is proposed by the developer is too big and does not fit in the neighborhood. And I saw the developer appeal that thinks the general plan can be ignored. This is shocking to me, and I hope not true. The Planning Commission understood that we are at risk of losing our community and voted unanimously against the developer, recommended multiple buildings, a total of 45,000 square feet. We thank them and ask you to consider this and the lives of seniors and all the residents of Alberta Way. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Ferguson, followed by Paulette Sato.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Claire Ferguson. I live at the Commons on Alberta Way. As a 40-year resident of Los Gatos, I became aware of this idyllic condominium complex when I was a volunteer at the Los Gatos Senior Program and drove people to and from lunch. It seemed to be the ideal retirement community with a spacious and quiet setting in a well-kept neighborhood, and it's on a single street with little traffic, a single access street with little traffic. Even the current commercial building on the corner had the same park-like setting. I determined, if possible, to someday live there. I'm grateful every day that I can. I think that I speak for all the seniors at the Commons in saying that this proposed project is a huge threat to our peace of mind. We've become worried, anxious, nervous, and sometimes are awake at night thinking about what we can do or say to prevent such a huge building that will bring more than 330 cars to our street. The proposed 18-month of construction itself is especially stressful. Maybe it isn't to people in their 30s and 40s, but if you're in your 80s and 90s, this disruption could be all you experience during your last years: the fumes, the noise, the traffic delays. At the Commons, we have one resident who's over 100, 7 in their 90s, 47 in their 80s, 45 in their 70s, a total of 99. About 75% of our residents are 70 or older. The rest are mostly youngsters in their 60s. If you are in poor health trying to recover from surgery, as some of us are, the construction could adversely affect our recovery just due to stress. We residents favor the 3 buildings on the site with a combined square footage of 45,000. This size development would cause less disruption, fit better into our neighborhood. Half the adults of Alberta Way are seniors. There are about 170, and we deserve your consideration. We thank the Planning Commission for understanding our circumstances and respecting our concerns. This is our home. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulette Sato, followed by Bob Burke.
Good evening. My name is Paulette Sato. I'm a high school and middle school teacher of 16 years. I've been in Los Gatos for 2 years, and I came from the East Coast. As we heard earlier tonight, we're looking for, teachers to have a place to affordable housing. And so I feel very fortunate to be able to live where I live. It's a blessing as a teacher. I'm just listening to everybody tonight, and it's not surprising to me that everybody who supports the project doesn't live near it. The 83,000 square
Ms.
foot.
Sato,
Yes.
if you could look at us. And again,
Oh,
please,
sorry.
let's keep comments down.
The 83,000 square foot office complex on 405 Alberta Way, proposed by Lamb Partners, has been brought before the board at least twice already, and the board suggested to reduce the dimensions of the building significantly to fit the already existing architecture and environment of Los Gatos. But instead of making the adjustments, Lamb Partner has completely disregarded the board's suggestions and proposed to run a free shuttle from the building site to downtown area and the high school to serve the community. As we've heard, the principal doesn't support it, so if it's serving the high schoolers so much, why doesn't she support it? He has not addressed any of the concerns of the residents, nor heeded the advice of the town members at all. And this is all my opinion, but I believe he's really wasted both the board members and the residents' time by not making any of the requested changes. Nothing from the second meeting to this meeting has been changed in the architectural plans as far as size, and the free shuttle acts as what I believe is a diversion and a distraction from the issue at hand, the building itself. At this point, he is really, I feel, again, making a mockery of the whole process and being quite disrespectful. Please do not approve this project, especially since Lamb Partners has tried numerous times to deceive the townspeople of Los Gatos with plans that ultimately don't benefit the community members at all, but really only serve in his individual interests for profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Burke, followed by Sir J. Melnick.
Okay, I'm Bob Burke. I live at 420 Alberta Way. Despite the appellant's assertions that the Planning Commission erred It actually identified and requested that Lamb address a comprehensive list of non-conforming, of items not conforming to the commercial design guidelines and the general plan in last year's August 24th Planning Commission hearing. Then in this year's May 10th hearing that addressed the redesign that you have before you today, Mr. Kane read the Planning Commission's August minutes detailing its list of concerns that Lamb did not address in its second design, and asked Mr. Lamb if he would address any of them. Mr. Lamb refused, saying that he would only build the 83,000 square foot project. And thus the the Planning Commission rejected the application. Applicant's current design addressed less than 10 of over 50 general plan and commercial design guideline deficiencies that we, the Alberta Way citizens, identified and submitted in our report before the May 10th Planning Commission hearing. There are many missing environmental impacts that Lamb's EIR fails to identify or mitigate. Lamb did ID some minor impacts, and however, nothing major was ever identified, and we pointed them out. As you know, EIRs are to identify the especially the serious environmental impacts and mitigate them. Lamb's marketing campaign to build the appearance of local support for the project misleadingly stirred controversy within our local business community and at the high school. And he continues the deception right up to a day or two ago on the website. On the website, if you read the okay. If you read this sentence right here, 405 Alberta Way has the full support of the town's planning staff and meets all the town's general planning and zoning requirements. In spite of this, the project was rejected by the town's planning commission. Well, who else did he throw under the bus? Your planning staff. Okay, can we go with the traffic photos now? As quickly as possible. We're almost out of time. They got the level of service at the intersection wrong. This is a series of photos from around 8 a.m. on a day in 2016. When school was in session.
I am going to have to interrupt you. Were these the same photos that you submitted to the Planning Commission?
They might be, but I know they're the same photos that we submitted to the 475, 485 zoning change request.
Okay, because the reason why I ask is all those photos were included. I think Mr. Leonardis brought all his files just to show how voluminous this is. So we have copies of those photos as well.
Okay, fantastic. And thank you for reading it, and my apologies for the few extra seconds.
Oh, no, thank you. I apologize for having to cut everyone off, but I'm trying to be as fair as possible. Okay. Sergey Melnick, followed by Pete Simmons.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sergey Melnik. I live in 420 Alberta Way. I'm to oppose 405 Alberta Way development. There were many reasons voiced out already in here, and I'm joining to those, but since I have two kids who go to elementary school, who are here, by the way, now, I would like to focus on two other things which were not mentioned so far. The development will increase jobs to housing ratio, violating the ratio goal of 1.5 set in housing element 2020 general plan. It will also increase the load on the school system, which is already in its capacity and would require more school funding. Here are some supporting details. In Town of Los Gatos 2015-2023 House and Element, page 63, says that the current ratio as of 2010 is about 2.15 jobs per household. And the healthy ratio is actually 1.5, and that's set as the goal in HOU 9 in effort to actually come to that number. The policy HOU 9.1 requires evaluate applications that have significant number of jobs in regard to the potential impact on town's job-to-housing ratio. And according to ABAG, basically, the number of jobs expected to be created between 2015 and 2025 is about 2,000 roughly. And the proposed site alone brings like an average 500 jobs, which is already 25% of projected 10-year increase. So the impact would be significant. The other part of that jobs created in development will result, if you want to stick to that goal that is there, 1.5 jobs per household, you would need to build the houses. And that will result in the need for more school capacity. If you do the math based on the 2010 census, average family size and how many children are in the family, it comes out that that development brings about 200 to 300 new students to schools. And recent renovation of Lexington Elementary costed about $20 million, and it covered only roughly 300 students. Making it about 70,000 per student. So similar cost for 200 to 300 students would require somewhere around 16 million investment. And the impact fee that will be gathered by the town, it's actually regulated by state, and it's only 54 cents per square feet for the commercial building. So that won't fit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pete Siemens, followed by John Fowler.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Pete Siemens. I live at 69 Eldenwood, Los Gatos. I think the Planning Commission got it right. I tend to kind of a bit of a voice in the wilderness. If you look at the last 40 years of development in the Bay Area, what do you find? Jobs have vastly outstripped housing and infrastructure, transportation. And that's not going to change until we start flipping that around. Start putting in more housing and less jobs. So this project is not going to contribute to anything to us or the Bay Area. And the other thing is, if you look at any net benefit from taxes for any kind of development, just look at the whole Bay Area and look at the numbers. We're lacking all kinds of infrastructure, and we have the highest tax rate of probably almost anybody in the country, if not the world. So we're not even keeping up with what we need. So there's no free money involved in this project or any. So a little context, I was on the council around 1980, and the time period when we approved, or when most of this development was approved, that's down there now. And people were concerned with council and others that there was too much intensity. And so there was mitigations required, and the density reduced, and the amount of square footage reduced to what you have now. And that's because we were worried about the intensity of use. Even back then, traffic was already starting pretty bad. One of the interesting mitigations at the time was one of the big projects was approved, probably the Commons, was, guess what? A shuttle. Is there one now? No. Developer came in after a year or two and claimed economic hardship or something, and away went the shuttle. The only way this particular shuttle would have any advantage at all is if it went back and forth to Diridon Station, and they had about 3 or 4 of them, and they provided transportation to the train and infrastructure system. But a shuttle going downtown taking people to restaurants is not going to solve anything. And it's not going to be enforceable no matter what kind of shuttle you want. The time's going to go by, and that's going to be it. So anyway, I just thought some context might help. I think a good compromise in that area is housing, whether it's market rate or senior housing or whatever. That's the appropriate use. Some type of multiple housing in the area, I think, is the appropriate use for the property. Certainly what's there proposed is inappropriate. It's too big. Thank you.
Thank you. John Fowler, followed by Willie Harmitz. Okay, no John Fowler. Willie Harmitz. Alex Holt, followed by Catherine Summers.
I'm going to try and keep this a lot shorter than I planned on. My name is Alex Holt. Good evening to council. I own Holt's Restaurant and Flights Restaurant in Campbell, and I live in town. I love Los Gatos. I think we're facing a lot of problems right now. Obviously, everyone is aware of the traffic problem. I think one big concern with all these proposed projects is that we have a group of people on this side saying this is terrible, and then a group of people on this side saying this is fantastic. There's very few people that actually sit down and say, what can we do to make our town better? How can we compromise? How can we make solutions? And I think that's where we need to start with a lot of these projects. We live in Silicon Valley. It's going to keep growing. We need to make things happen. I'm not necessarily pro or against this particular project. I just think that we need to change the way we approach these things. And I didn't realize 55 people were going to speak about this today. I would probably have stayed home. A couple of things that is very important to me to bring up. I have just finished my 2-year presidency as the Chamber of Commerce president. And our sales tax is the lowest it's been in 10, 15 years. It's going to impact us very negatively over time. We have empty storefronts left and right. They're increasing by the week, by the month. Palacio went out of business. Nosh went out of business. More to come. Los Gatos is not doing well right now. And it's up to you guys to help us and help the community to make positive change. And I think that very few people know how many problems we are facing. And I think it's very important that we bring this to light, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Couple of solutions that I want to bring to the table is probably the number one is to make it much easier to get through these processes. North 40 has been going on for 16 years, and it's ridiculous. Big lawsuits, a lot of fees. Now, these guys have spent tons of money going through this. Like, there has to be a way to sit down and come up with solutions together versus working one side versus the other for positive solutions. We need to make it easier to get through these processes. We need to invite good businesses to come to Los Gatos and bring them in and cut the red tape out and make it possible to do business so we can bring the vibrancy back to Los Gatos, fill up the empty storefronts, and make things happen and make it a vibrant, beautiful, amazing downtown like it can be. I think allowing events is very important. I think it's ridiculous what we have been having to go through to get any kind of events going with the Chamber of Commerce. And with that, I'm out.
You're out. Drop the mic now. No. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
No questions? Catherine Summers? And then afterwards will be Chris Enders.
Hello again. I'm Catherine Summers with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. And as many of you know, the Chamber has been sincere in its efforts of trying to become a little more of the voice of the business community and bringing that voice down here to you. So to that end, we've started surveying the businesses on various topics and projects that ultimately will affect them. So one of our first surveys that we did was for Lamb Partners. We worked together to put a survey together. We surveyed 399 businesses 140 of those are downtown and would be directly impacted by this project, members and non-members alike. We asked 3 questions. The first question was, do you think Class A office space a half mile from downtown will increase revenue to your business? 67% of the respondents said yes, 33% no. The assumption that we thought afterwards is that those businesses that said yes hope that these new people who are working here would come down to lunch, they'd go out after work, they'd do their dry cleaning in town, they'd shop, what have you. I did want to point out at this point that these people also did realize when we said Class A office space that there is little to no Class A office space or B, C, or D office space available in the town of Los Gatos right now. So it's very hard for anybody to come here and actually open a business to do work as an office. Second question was, we asked, do you think a shuttle service from Alberta Way to the downtown area would benefit your business? 58% of the respondents said yes, 42% said no. And lastly, we did ask the one big question, are you in favor of this project? 90% of the respondents said yes. When we asked a little further into why they said yes, so almost unanimously, they said because we do need some change. We need help in our business community. We need more foot traffic. We need people coming in and visiting our restaurants, bringing people to town. You may ask, how valid is the survey? I can get to that in a minute. But my staff and I, we do spend a lot of time walking around out there, and I'm going to go along with what Alex said. The businesses are really struggling, and I don't know if a 83,000 square foot office space is the answer, but we really do have to start working together and not just looking at these individual neighborhoods as being the representative of the whole town. It really is a whole town here that you have to consider when making these decisions. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, Ms. Summers. Chris Enders, followed by Lee Quintana.
Good evening. My name is Chris Enders. I have been a resident of Los Gatos for the better part of a decade now, and born and raised in the Bay Area and been coming to Los Gatos since I was a little kid. I'm in support of the 405 Alberta project for 2 main reasons. First is, as my profession, I'm an architect. And as an architect, I'm charged with enhancing the built environment for the surrounding public. I believe that this project really does that in a beautiful way. Earlier, somebody in the audience brought up a question of square foot and code and density, and there being 75 square foot for office building. That is actually incorrect. Code requires, I forget off the top of my head, it's 200 square feet plus or minus for each person. So therefore, it's not overly impacted as was represented earlier. Also, this project meets the original zoning that was set up and is not changing the zoning, it's just keeping the aspect that is already there. And finally, the aesthetic of the building, in my opinion, as an architect, is gorgeous and will really enhance the environment that's around there. And then the last is, as a resident of Los Gatos, is that we've spent so much time and money fighting the North 40 development, and that's money that comes out of the general plan. And if we could actually use that money instead of on legal fees fighting developers and projects that are trying to enhance the community, if we could spend that money on the residents of Los Gatos, I think that would be a much better use of our time and money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lee Quintana, followed by Shelley Franklin.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I'd like to get back to the issue of whether the Planning Commission erred. This project involves 3 things: certification of the EIR, approval of an ANS, and approval of a CUP. Normally, it is true that the EIR is dealt with first, but if the commission feels that they can't approve the ANS, then there's no reason to go into a discussion of of the EIR. If the commission had not denied the ANS, they would have, and there had been another motion to approve the project, the commission would have had to address the EIR. Although there are quotes in the minutes that made it clear that there were several commissioners on the commission who had questions about being able to certify the EIR, both in respect to traffic and in respect to the water issues. Also, I would like to state that even if an EIR is approved, that does not mean that the commission is required to approve the project. The EIR only deals with the environmental aspects. The Planning Commission has discretion over ANS and CUPs based on the regulations of the town. So I do not believe that the Planning Commission abused their discretion. In terms of the ANS, I think there was ample evidence in the record that the combined mass and square footage of the project was inappropriate based on compatibility with adjacent buildings, and also with the question of the intensity of use, which is again something that the Planning Commission usually has discretion to address. And then again, the CUP, they did not address the CUP, but the CUP would be something that would need to be addressed had they approved the ANS. They couldn't deal with the CUP before the ANS because they would not know what the intensity of use that had been approved and would not have been able to adequately address the findings that they were required to make. So I, as usual, have more to say, but that will be it for right now.
Thank you. Shelley Franklin, followed by Yuri Eliyahu.
Hello, I came up here, I wasn't going to speak, but I decided to because I've lived here about 30 years and 20 years off on Alberto Avenue. I have a daughter who's chronically ill, who at one point was going to the hospital 2 or 3 times a week. I live directly across the street from the Commons. There have been times when it's been difficult to get out just because of traffic, and it's really scary when you have a daughter who's ready to pass out and you've debated to to call the ambulance. I've watched the emergency vehicles come to the Commons, and it's about, sometimes it's every day, sometimes it's 3 times a week, sometimes it's once a week, but you don't know. So that, again, is one of my major concerns. The other one, when they put that up, and somebody was talking about the stomach aches and as an elderly person being upset. Well, I had a stomach ache because it's like the building, the way they've built it is they've made it so you see this incredible mountain with the blue sky. I have millions of pictures of it. And it's like that, and now you can't see it even with those ribbons. And so that was an upsetting thing to me. Neighbors, we have our dogs. They're glad to see each other. We're going across the street. All that stuff's going to have to stop. So for me, mainly that was it. It is that traffic, the whole community. It will change it. It's obvious. So to me, the way that they've built it now, yeah, kind of size it a little bit differently, but honor the architects that already realized the beauty of that mountain. Go look at it yourselves. You can't replace it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yuri Eliyahu, please correct me.
Very good. It took me 50 years to say it that well.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Ori Eliyahu. I am with NGO. I'm president of NGO Incorporated. We're the geotechnical consultant for the applicant. And I'm really here to just assure you that all of the geotechnical, groundwater, and seismic risks have been thoroughly addressed and will be fully mitigated by this project. Our company's been around for over 46 years. We've done many thousands of projects in the Bay Area. We've been headquartered here in the Bay Area for our entire existence. We've worked on many, many projects with deep basements and high groundwater and conditions that are frankly much more difficult than the ones here. We serve as peer reviewer for many cities and counties around the Bay Area and other public agencies. We also manage over a dozen geologic hazard abatement districts. And we also have a standing contract with the town for on-call services. This project, our work on this project was peer-reviewed by the town's geotechnical consultant, who I note is here, and is a firm for whom we have a lot of respect. Thank you very much.
You have a question from the Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So we heard one resident concern that the nearby buildings were going to drop, I think he said, 1/8 of an inch and cause lots of slab cracking and foundation problems and so forth. Why would that occur?
We don't expect that to occur. The lateral support for the excavation has to be part and parcel of the construction process. So we wouldn't expect any significant off-site settlement.
When you say lateral support, so you're saying once what I think you're telling me is once you dig it, you then support the hole so that it doesn't slough in and things on the sides. So you're saying it might move if it's sliding into your hole or something like that?
That's correct. The lateral support has to be considered as part of the construction process.
What about use of equipment like pile drivers or those large flattening machines? I don't know the technical term for those, but...
Yeah, we don't expect pile drivers here on this site, and I assume you're referring to compactors?
Yeah, compactors. I know on the Netflix site, the neighbors were getting shaking buildings from the ones they were using there.
Right. So typically, for sites such as this, we wouldn't expect a dynamic densification technique. We would expect more of a rolling technique that is not either impact or vibration based.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Jason Farwell, followed by Deborah Chin. Okay, Deborah Chin, followed by Martin Goldman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I live at Bella Vista Village, and I was a former business owner in downtown Los Gatos. I don't doubt that the merchants are looking for something different or solutions to help recover their sales and sales taxes, but I believe the merchants have been led to believe that there's going to be a positive impact on the local business from this development. I've worked in Silicon Valley in tech for the last 15 years, and I can tell you that I don't go to the office to socialize, to have lunch, to shop, to get my nails done. We go in, we work, we're lucky if we grab lunch, and then we leave after most stores are closed. So I think it is fallacious to assume that the people who are occupying this office complex are going to be adding to the coffers of the local businesses. And then if we think about the impact of local businesses from the traffic, I sat through the town council meeting where merchant after merchant talked about how they are now having to make their bread and butter during the weekday instead of the weekends due to the traffic. If we believe that the EIR is accurate in saying there's no material impact on traffic, we wouldn't be having these situations over the summer. If we think that that same effect could potentially happen when North 40 is built out, when this project is built out, it could actually dampen local businesses during the weekdays because the community will not want to go out in the traffic. People who come to Los Gatos as a destination will not want to be stuck on Route 9 backed up. I also just want to mention that I think it's a really fitting that Constitution Day is today. And Trump was talking about we the people being the three most important words of the Constitution. And in declaring this Constitution Day and Citizenship Day, I just want to read the urgency of Trump's message, where he says, I call on all citizens and branches of government to reflect on the original meaning of our Constitution and to recall the founding principles we too frequently forget. Our government exists to preserve freedom and to serve its citizens. We are accountable to the people. So I urge you as town council members to be accountable to the community and to uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Goldman, followed by Dixon Fang.
Good evening. My name is Martin Goldman. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for about 9 years, and before I moved to Los Gatos, I lived in the city of Walnut Creek, and I've been a resident there since 1995. And in that time, there was lots of promises of development, how good it would be for the tax base of the city, and how it would benefit everyone. And what I saw was a project that started off on a smaller scale, and the first phase of the project, 2-story, pretty reasonable. As they developed more and more projects, the scope of the projects got larger, and they were pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable in the city. So the other side of that is the city had all these projections of revenue that would be coming to the city, and they were all projections. And then 2008 came along, and all their projections put them in a huge deficit. I think the idea that this project in its current form will bring enhanced revenue to the city is a minor issue. I think I'm more concerned how it affects me. I'll be, selfish about it, because this gentleman's, he's trying to maximize his profits. I'm trying to maximize the resale value of my house, and how, how his project will affect my project. November 2016 election, the California public voted for a half-cent sales tax measure to generate between $6 and $6.5 billion of revenue to be used on infrastructure projects. My understanding is Highway 9 and 17 intersection is going to be earmarked for some of those funds. My concern is the project in its current form is going to hobble the ability to properly redesign the intersection and make the traffic flow better. As a matter of fact, what I see currently, just without this project being here, the traffic in the morning, where parents trying to get their kids up to Fisher and Van Meter, the traffic backs up all the way down almost into town. On a normal afternoon, when I'm trying to come home, that same turn lane to go into Alberto from Highway 9 is very short, and that whole area is going to be need to get redesigned. Anyway, this project can't help but impact us negatively, and I don't believe that the project designers are working in good faith trying to make it work with our city. They're trying to maximize and get as much profit as they can, and no concern for the people that live on that street, because I know none of the people that are for the project live on that street. Thank you.
Thank you. Dixon Fang.
Hi, I'm new resident here. We moved here about less than a year ago. We feel we are not qualified to talk about this thing, since we should not have a voice because we don't know this place that well. But I tell you our experience. My wife and I love this place. Everything is wonderful, except over the weekends, we dare not venture out. Once we get out, we could not come back. It takes the whole day. And for 400 cars coming in and out of our building, then Every day is a weekend. We are afraid of that. Now, the applicant or the developer came up with a wonderful solution. They're called free bus, free shuttle. Now, I'm not going to tell those young guys how difficult for us old fellows climb on and off the bus. But their suggestion that we quit our cars, our transportation, and clear the way, let them to use the road is funny. If the solution is really that good, why don't you use it? You have your tenants take the bus. You shuttle everybody in, your tenant in. You can have your basement, instead of as a garage, you use a basement. Make your building as a one-story building. Give us back the view. And you have the solution. We have the view. We will still have the traffic, but it's bearable. And that's the solution I would suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. Okay, and that Ms. Lombardo, any further cards? Okay. And if you could just state your name.
Yes, Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. We did
Okay.
the traffic study for the project. I just wanted to speak up to support the EIR and the traffic study.
Okay,
There's been a lot
real
of
quick, I think I think I made a mistake by allowing the first consultant to speak. What we're going to do is the team speaks cumulatively, and I apologize for making that error because I'm now realizing there's several consultants. The team speaks cumulatively in the beginning and at the end, and at this time we're going to close the verbal testimony unless I have any further cards. And then your team will wrap up in 5 minutes, and then we will then be able to ask questions.
Thank you.
So I apologize for that confusion. And so, Ms. Lombardo, any further cards? Okay. So if I can ask the development team to, who will be speaking?
Alicia Guerra for LP Acquisitions. I'm going to try to address all of the comments, the 20 comments regarding the project in 2 minutes so that Gary Black can comment on the traffic issue. Specifically, I want to address the alternatives. This idea of a 30,000, 40,000 square foot building as an alternative to the existing building is not a feasible alternative. That was stated in the EIR. The reduced scale alternative at 74,000 square feet was not a feasible alternative. We submitted extensive information in that regard. That's part of your administrative record. It was part of the record with the Planning Commission. Regarding this issue about the shuttle, you know, frankly, it's just a component of the required TDM program. It was just something, just a service to contribute to the community because we understand the importance of contributing to the aging population, and it was a way of sharing resources to try to make it available to the neighborhood. If people don't want to use it, they certainly don't have to use it. It's available for the employees in the building. So that is something that's already included in the project. You heard from NGO regarding the geotechnical issues. All of the technical information's in the administrative record. It was in the Planning Commission's record. It was part of the EIR. And the information concerning the sequence of what actually transpired with the Planning Commission, I'm sorry, but Ms. Quintana is incorrect regarding the town's procedures. It actually, the Planning Commission was to consider the conditional use permit first, not the architecture. And the EIR issue, our concern about the error there was that the information concerning environmental impacts was used to reject the project before the Planning Commission actually formally reviewed the EIR. No findings were adopted. I'll put the technical issues aside. You have our information, and I'll turn it to Gary to comment on the traffic issues. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary Black again. We did the traffic study for the project. It was peer-reviewed by the town's consultant. We heard a lot of statements tonight about traffic impacts. I want to state that all these comments about traffic were made before through the review of the project by the Planning Commission. And there are written responses to all these comments in the packet if anyone wants to take the time to read through the voluminous amount of material in there. We followed the procedures and standards that the town has adopted in doing traffic studies, both the methodology and then the conclusions. We found that the traffic impact would be less than significant. Nevertheless, the project is proposing to make various improvements to Alberta Way and the intersection and Highway 9 to help with traffic flow and also to help with pedestrian and bicycle circulation through that area, because it is challenging, as we acknowledge. So I'm available to answer any traffic questions as a quick overview.
I'm sorry, one more.
Include your, would you like to keep going?
Just one more comment I wanted to address that I failed to address before I turned it over to Gary, which is the concern about visual impacts. The EIR evaluated visual impacts associated with this project. We also submitted information concerning the reduced scale alternative at 83,000 square feet. I will note, though, that CEQA requires that a lead agency, it's your EIR, actually evaluate impacts to the public vantage points, to the environment of the people as a whole, and not to each individual resident. That being said, as part of the requirements to comply with your general plan policies concerning visual impacts and aesthetic impacts, this project incorporates extensive landscaping. The changes that I alluded to on the PowerPoint previously do include some revisions that resulted in the building setback further and some adjustments to the building heights to further mitigate the impacts to adjacent residents. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Sorry. If anyone has any questions, we're available to answer them. Thank you.
So just want to clarify, are you concluding your remarks?
Well, I'll submit Jolie Houston with Berliner Cohen. I would just like to say that we also had Hexagon do a study of the shuttle, and it said, assuming that 30-minute shuttle headway and the shuttle has a 30-person capacity, the proposed shuttle service could eliminate a maximum of 144 vehicles a day, per day. And this would be a comparable savings in the greenhouse gas emissions and would help with your climate action plan.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the verbal testimony. I want to just take a quick poll of my council members. It's 11:10, and we have one more item that we absolutely need to address tonight. It's the North 40 moratorium. So I'm going to pose two scenarios. One is we hold our questions to a date certain, and we have questions only and deliberations, or we conclude our questions tonight, and then we, to a date certain, do our deliberations. So I just don't know how long that will go, but I want to just reemphasize that we need to save time for one final agenda item. Vice Mayor.
I'll just say that I probably have about 8, maybe 10 questions for the applicant.
Okay.
So,
Councilmember Johnson.
I have a number of questions as well, but they may be able to be handled by communication with staff. So I would then favor putting the questions off because I may not have to ask them.
Okay, and so right now I'm hearing about 8 to 10. I have about 4 to 6. I'm looking at either council member. So, what I would propose, and of course I'm open to suggestions, is that we did close verbal testimony. We continue this to a date certain so that we have the opportunity to ask the applicant of our questions. Once those are concluded, we have the time to ask staff questions, and we have adequate time to deliberate before making a final decision. It's 11:15, and I want to make sure that all the information we heard and have read has been absorbed and that we give this the proper time that it deserves. So I make a motion that we continue this. I've talked with town manager, and we can continue this to, I'm blanking on what the date we continue.
October 3rd.
October 3rd. Yes. So, Councilmember Johnson.
I was just going to second.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis, you had a question?
I would like to get rid of this tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Spector.
First of all,
October 3rd is the date that we set aside for the North 40, so I see an issue there. And I would like to at least finish questions of the applicant.
Okay. Okay, so then I'm okay with that as long as we understand we're not leaving until we finish the North 40 moratorium tonight.
Is your motion withdrawn then?
It looks like I have no second.
No, I seconded it.
Oh, you've seconded it. And we've heard comments, so let's call the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so we will continue this. Councilmember Spector?
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to move that we continue this to complete questioning of the applicant.
Second.
And then let me just clarify, and then would the deliberations be to a date certain, or?
The deliberations would be to a future date. I don't know what that date would be.
Okay.
But my motion will not continue it to October 3rd.
Okay, so right now we have one motion on the table to continue this and ask the applicant further questions. So, any questions on the motion? Councilmember Johnson.
Was the motion continuing, was the motion including an express prohibition against October 3rd?
No, it was a separate motion. It was just strictly on continuing questions.
All right, thanks.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's begin questions of the applicant. And who would like to begin? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So we need an applicant to ask questions of.
So I don't know if you prefer to stand and then direct it to the appropriate person, or would you rather start with your line of questioning, Vice Mayor?
Sure. So I'm going to start off with, in our staff report, it says from the first project, which was 93,000, to the next project, which became 83,000, it said you reduced the volume by 25%, but the square foot only reduced by 10%. How is that possible?
I'm going to turn it over to the architect who can answer that because it was based on the entire building and massing.
And then with each person that is answering, if you could just state your name and your association with as the team.
I'm Dan Kirby. I'm an architect and principal with Architects. The question about the volume reduction has to do with both the square footage, which we look at in a two-dimensional sense with the floor plan, but we also reduced the height substantially by a couple of processes. One was we went to an all-concrete structure, which allowed us to reduce the structure at the second floor from 3 feet to about 1 foot. We also reduced the mansard height of the roof, got rid of the towers, and so the overall mass reduction, when you look at it in 3 dimensions, was about 25%, and we have computer calculations we could share to back that up.
A couple follow-ons on this subject. So I went out and looked at the story poles this weekend. What am I looking at? The new 83,000 with the reduced height?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe this is a question for you, maybe not. There's been some discussion about what the Planning Commission recommended, and I pulled up the August 24th minutes and went through here, and it was Commissioner O'Donnell who said, let's reduce it by 1/3, matching the EIR alternative. And then after some discussion, our attorney, Mr. Schultz, and Mr. Polson helped him understand that actually the EIR alternative was only a 20% reduction, which is 74,000. And Mr. O'Donnell said I wanted to stick with a 1/3 reduction, which is something around, let's say, 65, 64, something like that. And that seemed to be what the Planning Commission direction was to come back at 64. So you came back at 83. Why 83? Why can't you get to 64? I think your attorney mentioned something about, it was in our, this pile in front of Mr. Leonardis somewhere. I think I missed the why we couldn't get to 65.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I'm going to defer to my client to answer that question.
Okay.
Mayor Sayak and council members, thank you for being here.
I'm Randy Lamb, and one of the applicants along with Shane Arders. Frankly, the Planning Commission was a little bit arbitrary in terms of their questions to us. As you heard tonight, there were a number of square footage numbers that were picked up by various people. Some said 50,000, some said 45, some said 65. They were kind of all over the place. So in a public event like this, when we're asked that, it's impossible to know what our real bottom line number is. But what I will tell you, and you've all seen it not only in your home prices, but when you see any of these big sites sell, and you were just talking about it tonight in terms of your acre and a half that you have, or acre 4 that you might be selling as well, land prices in this valley have gone through the roof. They've gone up exponentially every year. I can't tell you exactly the number, but I bet you it's probably in the range of 25 to 30% a year. So when someone comes in arbitrarily and says, go ahead and drop it by half or by a third, it's all a factor of land pricing now. Believe it or not, not only is land pricing expensive, but also the cost of construction, getting workers out to these sites, because construction companies are buried. Everybody has things going on, which has led to inflation in labor prices as well as supplies.
So if I could follow on sort of along these lines, I guess he's saying it's not economically feasible, and maybe I'll find more documentation later. But instead, so when one of the concerns is kind of the massing of it. And I went out this weekend, and I walked around and I looked at, yellow flags, orange flags, and then I looked at the other buildings nearby, and it's difficult. And I asked staff for some numbers on what those were, and they told me they may not be able to get them. So I was trying to get a feel for what's the total size of this versus the total size of the buildings nearby, and is this the right size in comparison to what's around it? Somebody might argue, well, it sure looks big because it's kind of one big long building. So this is all leading up to the question of, did you consider or could you consider some design that breaks up the long building, maybe 2 buildings, or I see you've moved kind of the depth of it a little bit, but it still looks like a big long building.
Is anything digital, Jennifer, on here that would click up for that site plan right there that's sitting above the mayor?
Unless it was part of your PowerPoint, no, we don't have the plans on there.
Was it in our PowerPoint? No. Okay. Well, I can certainly walk behind you, but then I'd have to take okay. So let me explain. So Dan could probably talk better to this than I, but it's a good question. There's a couple things going on here in terms of how we maximize the site without affecting the neighborhood as much. So before we did have 2 buildings. The left side building, which is basically the south side, if you will, was closer to Alberto Way. The north side building wasn't. What we actually ended up doing is we pushed the buildings back on the site and created one technically larger floor plate. So each one of these floor plates is something in the range of 42,000 feet to get to the 83,000. We created undulations within the building, so the depth of and it's hard to tell on 2D. If we had a different picture, and maybe when we come back we can talk about that, but the depth of these window wells are much different than what it shows up here, creating much more of a movement in that building. It's difficult when you're putting one of these projects together to try and figure out who your eventual user is going to be. So you create a universe that's this big rather than a very narrow universe. If we start creating a lot of small buildings, you don't necessarily get the exact grouping of tenants, because invariably a tenant comes along and says, I'd like 1 floor, or I'd like 40,000 feet, and all of a sudden I'm putting them in a building and a half. And they're saying, wait a minute, that's inefficient, we can't secure it, et cetera. So what we did is went out and figured out what would be the ideal square footage given what we were trying to do here. Remember that our site has 3 sides that aren't even technically seen other than what you would see from Las Casitas. Our 2 of our sides are actually covered by Caltrans right-of-way and all the trees that are back there. The Las Casitas side will have screening so that, they already have olive trees on their side, but on our side, we'll have screening all the way down that side as well. So what we tried to do is just snuggle that building back in. As Dan said, drop the building down by creating a concrete building rather than a steel building. And then by pushing it back on the site, get it as far away as possible from the street. And then we created a little buffer in the front that created a bunch of parking. If we start breaking up the buildings, it starts affecting our parking on grade. And the Planning Commission was really excited about us creating parking that would be available in the evenings and on weekends for anyone that might be in the neighborhood, whether it was the folks at Grill 57 or neighbors that might want to use it for overflow parking.
I have a couple more. He keeps leading into my next ones.
Oh, sorry.
So, no, that's fine. I've just, if I'm all right, if I can monopolize. So on the Las Casitas side, again, I went over and looked, and I saw the olive trees, and it looks like it's covering. And then you've got a big gap there about where probably somebody's trash receptacles sat or something like that, it looked like. And we've heard concerns about your second-story windows looking into the Las Casitas second-story windows. So you mentioned screening. Are we sure that's good enough to stop that from happening? Have you done other things to? How can I be sure that that's not going to be an issue?
Well, so from a screening standpoint, we actually picked, and I'm having a senior moment here. You remember what the trees were?
I don't know the exact species, but there's going to be.
Can I ask someone in the back? Shane, do you remember the tree? Screening tree? Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So what might be best,
that was an evergreen.
Okay, so Mr. Lamb, I appreciate how you want to get the answer, but unfortunately, because we're being recorded, we don't have all these various voices.
All right.
So
thank you. I will heed that going forward. So we picked an exact tree that will actually cover our side as well, so that and I think we picked an optimal height that those go, I think, up to 42 feet. And we'll get them as big as we can get them, so that when they're planted, they're probably 28 to 30 feet when we actually get them delivered. We have a wholesaler that we use, and we will absolutely be sure that they are covered. We've even offered on the Las Casitas side to fill in that blank, because the big open space that's there is from 2 or 3 of the olive trees that have died on the Las Casitas side, and on our side, that's all the dumpster areas that are there along our side of the fence.
If I could follow on another question.
I don't see any other questions. Go ahead.
I think, you had the other one, so anyway. So you also touched on the surface parking, because I noticed from the first proposal to this last proposal, you actually reduced underground parking and moved more upstairs, and you said the Planning Commission liked that because there's parking for other people on the weekend or something like that. But I couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't it be better to keep more underground and do some other kind of landscaping up above instead of parking, something that might hide the buildings better, or maybe even provide picnic tables for workers, something that makes it look less like a parking lot? So
we originally in our design had 7 parking stalls that were at grade. We now are up to 42. The chair or the acting chair of the Planning Commission was the one that actually had, I guess there was some discussion when Grill 57 was approved that there would be discussions with the property owner prior to us owning the property of providing overflow parking in our parking lot for that. I don't know what the nexus is for that and how that would work. Our property owner was never approached with it, but in listening, as we have been in the many community meetings as well as in the Planning Commission to Planning Commissioner comments, that was one of the comments that was made, is there a way to bring more parking stalls to the surface to be able to provide parking for overflow for the grill or anyone else that might want to use the parking in off hours or on weekends. To answer your question, I have no problem with less parking up on top. We're adding 2,600 trees and plants to that site, along with this what I think is going to be a beautiful building there. So when you think of that much landscaping with 2,600 plants and trees, it's going to look terrific. I'm happy to do that.
Couple more, if I could,
yes,
quickly. So also there's some mature trees in the front. I think I saw maple and maybe even some oak a little bit back. Are those all going to be gone and we have to start over? Or are you
It'll
saving
depend
any of
on the
that?
health of them. If they can be transplanted, then we'll move them around the site. If they can't, then it's difficult.
I'm just
to know.
thinking about how quickly, I mean, right now, they provide some screening for the orange netting when you stand across the street.
So do
But
the
once
buildings.
they're gone, then we've got to wait 5 years for something to reappear.
Well, no, that can be a condition in terms of what level of size that we plant for the site. In this particular case, one of the diagrams, I think, over on the top next to the number 12, shows the varying timeframes for it. I personally believe that if we can add large enough plants, we can take care of the screening pretty quickly. That was a very conservative view at 5 years. I think that's probably more at the 3-year view.
I think I have two more. Also, you mentioned putting in 32 conduits for clean vehicles. Are you actually putting any clean vehicle stations in when it's done?
So we've now used technology that we recently implemented in one of our Los Altos projects, which is a loop technology, which allows for easier electrical. And so yes, the answer is yes. It's just which system we actually go to.
So when the project is done, whatever project it is, there will be some
Yes.
electric
Oh,
vehicles.
absolutely.
Right, okay. And the last one, I think for now, I'm trying to not sound insulting, but LEED Silver is not really that great rating, right? Why only LEED Silver?
Can I ask a question? Or do
Sure.
you want to come up, Dan, and talk about LEED? Is it actually LEED silver?
Well, we can get to gold if you want.
We can talk.
We could get to gold, and if you were to condition that, I can assure you that's achievable. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn over my questioning.
Council members, any further questions? Okay, I actually, Vice Mayor covered some of mine, but I did want to make sure I understood the answer to his first question, and it was the Planning Commission direction of reduction of size. And I heard two answers. One was the economic feasibility, but also you mentioned that there were lots of numbers going around and there was an arbitrariness to it. So did I hear that correctly?
Well, I think it was, don't remember which planning commissioner, someone that sits on the sides, who had one set of numbers, and then it literally had a different number going all the way down the planning commission until Commissioner Kane came in at, I think it was originally 40,000, then it went up to 45. So there were a variety of numbers that we were talking about in that meeting, and you've even heard some of them alluded to today.
Okay, so when I watched the Planning Commission hearing where they had that discussion, they kept referring to the reduced project of 74,000. And so I understand what you're saying to us, that there were a lot of numbers discussed, and then ultimately the motion was a reduction of a third, but even the 74,000, which is stated in the EIR, was that a number that you could not have achieved?
I think if you're asking me to make a decision on one specific item, do you want to add anything? Well, part of my response, and you might have seen it in the Planning Commission, was I didn't know what else was being requested of us relative to square footage, or were there any other conditions that would be considered an economic condition. So that was part of my response, which should be in the public record as well.
Okay.
Mayor, the other comment I wanted to make was the alternatives were identified for purposes of CEQA review. And CEQA is very clear as to what is considered feasible. It's based on cost, logistics, technological criteria, but fundamentally it's based on what alternative meets most of the basic project objectives. Well, the analysis that was contained in the EIR said it's conceivable you might meet these alternative project objectives for each alternative, but there was no analysis to actually demonstrate that. So when Randy was asked the question, he provided the information from an economic perspective. We also submitted correspondence to the Planning Commission between the, I want to say the August, I think there were 2 August Planning Commission meetings, and during that process, we submitted additional information and went through each of the 10 basic project objectives and explained why the 74,000 square foot alternative did not meet most of the basic objectives. I can provide you for the next meeting, I can go through and highlight that, but ultimately, to achieve a Class A office space, which is really the fundamental objective, as Randy was indicating, it couldn't be achieved with the design that was proposed and the changes that were being requested in conjunction with that 74,000 square foot alternative. And ultimately, it is the applicant's responsibility to provide that information. The EIR did the analysis, but we provided the information to the Planning Commission to inform why that alternative didn't work. So it was more than just an economic exercise.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that response, but what I wanted to do was clarify the remark today. In addition to the economic, because of the, Mr. Lamb had mentioned that the number had kept changing, if there was one number, and this is a big if, that they had focused on, if that would have erased any ambiguity. You've answered the economic, and I think I understand now the moving target.
Right, there was no one number, so.
Okay,
Thank
any
you.
further questions of? Yes, so.
I'm resisting asking too many, it may not sound like it, but I'm trying to resist asking too many questions. I've got a whole bunch really on the IR, but I want to ask one while the traffic guy is here, if we could, and I'm going to assume staff can help answer the questions later, but one of the one that I think probably they can't answer that well, you've got a page in your traffic study here that says figure 13, and it's page 3-165, I believe we're on, and it shows the percentages of where all the cars are going to come from. And so it shows on 17 coming from, looks like the north, 40% of the cars are going to come from that direction. 20% of them are going to come from the south. I believe I'm getting this right. And so that's 60% are coming off the highway. And then another 20% are going to be coming down Los Gatos Boulevard, Los Gatos Saratoga Road, sorry, from Saratoga direction. So my question is, how did you arrive at these numbers? How much confidence do we have that it's close to those numbers? Because we got sort of 80% of it reaching it more or less on these state highways.
Well, it is, of course, it's an estimate. Because we're trying to predict the future, what's going to happen. In order to come up with these estimates, we use a number of different techniques. We look at the existing traffic volume and what the traffic volume flows are for that type of development, though the type of development that's right now on Alberta Way is largely residential, though there are some office developments at the very end of the street. So we can't strictly look at the existing volume to give us that. We also look at the relationship of this project to residential areas in Los Gatos. We look at this project compared to residential areas in the whole county. We look at the census data about where people work, how many people live in Los Gatos, work in Los Gatos, live somewhere else. And it's a collaborative process with the city staff and the peer review consultant to come up with this particular set of assumptions.
So just maybe a follow-up. So for example, it says 10% is going to come down Los Gatos Boulevard from the north. You're assuming those are probably people that live in town, or maybe they're just on the edge of town or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, so then that concludes our public testimony. We concluded our questions of the applicant. I look to the council. It's 11:36. Again, we have one more item, so would you like to continue this to a date certain? Councilmember Johnson.
Okay, I'm going to move that we continue this matter to a date certain. Apparently there's an objection to October 3rd. But if that's the date that the manager and the mayor think is appropriate, I think they do the scheduling. So I am going to say October 3rd. I'm assuming that we get to ask questions of staff that meeting.
Correct.
So I'll move to continue it to October 3rd.
Okay, I will second the motion. Are there any comments to that? Councilmember Spector?
Yes, I will not be supporting the motion because I think it's important to reserve October 3rd for the North 40 specific plan.
Okay. Further comments? Councilmember Leonardis?
I will reluctantly support the motion. All these people are here this evening, and I think they would like to get an answer on this evening. And I think we're close, being that we have one more item. I mean, we're probably looking at like 1:30, possibly 2 a.m. That's when my family wakes me up every night. So I don't know. I'm kind of ambivalent, but I'm looking for other people's opinions.
Vice Mayor?
I'm also very reluctant to put it on the North 40 night, but I think you have 3 votes, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just have to go along with it.
Okay. And just to give you council members as well as the public further context, yes, we do have North 40 on October 3rd. We also have Winchester and Newell on October 17. And actually Alpine on October 17, and Newell we put into November 7. And we have a summer traffic at the end of October. And so I understand the concern, but we do want to make decisions, and I'm hopeful that we do make these decisions before the calendar year so that we can somewhat move forward. Councilmember Leonardis?
Perhaps as a compromise, we can let this item go first on the agenda on October 3rd.
Yes, the way the October 3rd meeting is being envisioned that I have with with our town manager, is that we will have our hearing first, which would be this item. There was nothing else on the item except for a couple of consent. We have closed all public testimony, so you may continue to write, but it will just be limited to deliberations and ultimately the final decision. We will adjourn the council meeting and move into our study session. And at that time, during the study session, we will focus completely on North 40. So with that, any Vice Mayor?
I'll just say, your planning of the schedule makes a lot of sense, although I hate it. I'll go ahead and support October 3rd because I don't know. I guess we'd have to have another council meeting added, so let's try to get it done on October 3rd.
Okay. So we have a motion, I have a second, and this would be for October 3rd. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so it passes 4-1 with Councilmember Spector opposed. And so again, let me just explain the process moving forward. So with this item, we have closed verbal testimony. You may continue to write if there are things that you heard. All that will be submitted into our staff report for October 3rd. It will just be limited to deliberations and hopefully a decision. And at that time, we will make that decision, and then we would then move into the study session, which is specific to the North 40 specific plan in that study session. And if there's any specific questions on this, there's always staff that is available to answer any of those questions for you. Okay. So thank you all for staying with us until 11:45. We do have, council members, I still have one more item. Do you need a break before we move forward, or can we? 5 minutes. Okay. 5-minute break to allow people to stretch. item number, what is it? What item are we? 14. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously. We're going till 12:30 at the latest. Okay, item number 14, consideration and adoption of an interim urgency ordinance of the Town Council extending for a period of 10 months and 15 days the moratorium prohibiting the processing and issuance of land use for the North 40 specific plan area. And so I look to staff for a quick staff report.
I'll try to be quick. So on August 15th of this year, the Town Council adopted an interim urgency ordinance for a moratorium on the processing of future development applications within the North 40 specific plan. The moratorium was adopted pursuant to Government Code Section 65858, which provides that an interim zoning ordinance adopted as an urgency measure shall remain in effect for 45 days unless extended for an additional period of up to 10 months and 15 days. Approval of this extension of the interim zoning ordinance requires 4/5 affirmative vote for the Town Council. The initial 45-day period for the moratorium will expire on September 30th, 2017, and that's why it's in front of you now and won't make it till the next council meeting. It will expire if the moratorium is not extended. The moratorium will allow the town the time to process potential amendments to the North 40 specific plan without the threat of potential non-conforming applications being approved by the town that would not be in compliance with the amendments that are adopted to the North 40 specific plan. If extended, the moratorium will remain in effect for the 10 months and 15 days. It can be extended at that point in time for another year. Staff certainly does not believe that's going to be necessary, and in fact, the moratorium can also be rescinded once we approve our amendments, and as you discussed, we have a meeting set for October, and I believe then a follow-up meeting for approval in November of the any amendments that are made. So it's at least staff's position that the moratorium will be much shorter than the 10 months and 15 days. Attached as a desk item is a letter from Grosvenor Attorney which states that a moratorium is not allowed unless a landlord has filed a planning application. They cite a case, but that case does not hold that proposition. That case dealt with an issue of the question raised was whether a city may adopt an interim ordinance that prohibits the processing of a tentative subdivision map. The court held that an interim ordinance may prohibit development of land uses that conflict with the pending general or specific plan, which is exactly what we're doing, but it cannot prohibit the processing of a development application. Based on my reading of that case, I think we were still okay with the ordinance that was proposed, but I have made changes to it just to make certain there's no ambiguity. I call them land use development processing, which would not include a tentative map. But I think it's better that we take out all the wording that we had in there regarding the processes, and that's the red line that I gave you. So an application could still be filed and processed, but it won't move forward to any type of approval until the moratorium is over, which would be in complete compliance with the case that's cited by Grosvenor Attorney. And with that, I'm open for any questions that you may have on the interim ordinance that's in front of you.
I just have a quick one, though. If we allow applications to come in, don't we have the same dilemma of the date of application, date of submittal? I mean,
If in fact it's just a tentative map, no, that would not be the case. If it's a vested tentative map, then that would not be accepted. Anything that's going to vest and be land use entitlements, then no, we would not even allow the processing of that. And that's what I meant by the first one.
I see. Okay.
But a tentative map would not, for example, someone could come in with just a tentative map of the different lots that are available and not what their use is going to be, because that's exactly where the changes probably will come in your amendments as to what type of uses can still occur and how many units could occur. But a tentative map could, or a subdivision map could come in and be processed without violating the case law and allow that to go forward. But no application would be accepted that could potentially vest a right, like you said, through a vesting tentative map.
Okay.
And the Housing Accountability Act would not take place in any situation.
Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
Technical question. Staff report, page 2 of 3. The third paragraph, actually the second full paragraph, is talking about essentially 65858 subparagraph E, which requires that we report on the progress we've made to alleviate the identified urgency from the time that we adopted the ordinance. So my question is, my reading of that, just I guess as common sense, is it means, well, since the time you adopted it, i.e. whenever we did, what have you done? And what you gave us is, well, a year and a half ago, you did blah, 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 blah. But the fact is that from the time we adopted it till now, we haven't done anything. So.
You haven't done anything. It is a very unique situation in that normally when you put an urgency ordinance, you haven't done anything. But it is important that what we have done in the past to show that we are working towards it. But since that date, staff has been working on the red line. We have set up a date for October 3rd for the study session. So we have made progress in trying to alleviate the need for it. And as I said, usually these can last up to 2 years, and we're going to alleviate the circumstances before the end of the year.
Thank you for your answer.
Just staff doing the analysis alone is enough for the report to show that you're trying to alleviate the circumstances.
Further questions? Okay. So this is a public hearing. I will open testimony. Should anyone like to speak? And just state your name for the record, Ms. Dorner.
Go fast. Hello, Angelia Dorner. I'm going to surprise you and not even get to the yellow light. I was just wondering, after the Planning Commission deliberations on potential revisions to the specific plan, the public was informed that we would be getting the write-ups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all know that that didn't happen. I'm hopeful, if possible, since they have to be transcribed anyway and provided to you, that the actual full transcriptions of all the Planning Commission meetings can be made available as soon as possible online, giving the public an opportunity to really read what is going on and be better prepared for the study session. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Okay, seeing none, we're closing verbal testimony. And so any further questions from council members, comments, or a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question of staff, sort of aligned with what the speaker said. Do we have a time frame where we, the council, will get information as to what the Planning Commission decided? Well, I guess I should first ask, did the Planning Commission make any decisions? Were there any motions made and acted upon? And whatever the Planning Commission did, when will we get it?
So the Planning Commission did have consensus on a number of items, but there were a number of items that there was not consensus for. And so right now I'm continuing to compile some of those things, pull those together, and I'm hopeful that that's going to be available early next week. Still working with town manager and the mayor. Obviously, we will have a memo or report that will have attachments that will go out by next Thursday, and we will also work to get the verbatim minutes, which I think we have both sets available, and we can get those posted on the North 40 webpage.
Inspector.
Let me follow up. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Different people think different things about a consensus motion, i.e., what is it, a consensus decision? When you say you are going to, the Planning Commission made some consensus decisions and others it did not, how do the staff define a consensus motion or a consensus decision?
Thank you for that clarification. I think what we would be looking at is a majority, not necessarily a consensus across the board.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I would just add that maybe you could send us an email for what the date of the Planning Commission was, and we can search and start watching the video ourselves without having to try to guess which of the many videos it is.
So that's
Thank
a good
you.
idea. Okay. Any further questions of staff? Would anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at the recommended motion. I'm going to move that we adopt the extension of the interim urgency ordinance which is attachment now 3.
And to be read by title and only.
And I'm also going to include that it be read by title only.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Leonardo seconds.
I'll second.
Any comments to the motion? Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
I won't be supporting this motion for the same reasons that I did not vote to adopt this ordinance originally. I don't think there's an urgency that qualifies under the statute. And I think actually in reading the statute in the cases that it is a higher bar when you are actually extending it, and we have not met that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
I guess I feel the same way. I don't know what the higher bars are, but I think I still feel the same way as last time. I don't think it's necessary, but I don't think it's going to hurt anything either. Maybe it sets us up for a lawsuit, but I think Grosvenor has better things to do with their lawsuits because I don't think they're not really going to care about this. So I'm tempted to support the motion.
Okay.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
So it passes 4-1 with Councilmember Jensen against. Okay, so again, process-wise for this one, we will have a study session on October 3. Tomorrow I will work with staff to try and figure out, perhaps we might do an earlier time just to see how, but we will work out those logistics. It will be posted, and those agenda items hopefully will be released no later than Thursday, and the verbatim minutes will be on the North 40 website. Okay? With that, is there anything? I'm so sorry. You need to read the title.
An interim urgency ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos extending for a period of 10 months and 15 days the moratorium prohibiting the processing and issuance of land use development entitlements within the North 40 specific plan area until an update to the North 40 specific plan has been completed.
Thank you. Okay, with that, meeting is adjourned.